Chapter 1745. You dare to step on my divine peak. An angry roar transmitted from the ancestral cave. This was a type of contempt and humiliation. A giant foot descended from the heavens and directly trampled over. With a wong sound, a treasured wheel flew out and flickered with cold light. At the same time, all kinds of formation patterns appeared. The Supreme Great Formation was revived and covered the sky and earth. Hung long. The treasured wheel danced in the air. There were 6 worlds revolving on it as if they were real. They wanted to swallow Yi Fan inside and possess boundless divine might. 6 Tao world, universe change suppress. A voice shouted from the ancestral cave. The treasured wheel was scarlet red like blood, and its aura became even more terrifying. It released the sound of wind and thunder. Yi Fan's foot stepped down and collided with the treasured wheel. With a deafening dang sound, the universe rumbled and the supreme formation patterns between heaven and earth burned resplendently. 6 Tao world connected to the 6 Tao reincarnation fist intent. Yi Fan's expression changed. He wasn't shocked by the treasured wheel's divine might, but by the familiar aura within. It was formed from living flesh and blood, a great completion saint physique. Did you see through it? That's right, it's your lineage's unparalleled saint physique that evolved the true meaning of the 6 Tao reincarnation fist intent, and was turned into a weapon by me. The emotionless voice transmitted from the ancestral cave, making this place incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. What a great grudge, what a great overlord ancestral star. If I don't get rid of you today, I will end my own life here. Yi Fan swore. His voice was deafening as it resounded through the heavens and into the cosmos. In a distant galaxy, there were supreme experts watching the battle. They used the heavenly Dharma eye and supreme formation patterns to capture the scene here. However, their true bodies didn't dare to approach. Come and give it a try. If I can kill your ancestor, then I can kill you. The person in the ancestral cave was extremely domineering. That domineering attitude of if I can't do it, then who can? The treasured wheel spun again and flew back, aiming straight for the space between Yi Fan's brows. 6 rays of immortal radiance shot out. Those were 6 ancient worlds that were connected by the saint's blood, and displayed their extreme profoundness. Boundless nomological laws and boundless divine power crashed down like a sea of stars. Yi Fan's eyes erupted with light. Even though this weapon was terrifying, he could clearly hear the sobbing of a soul. That was the deity within the magical artifact, and he couldn't help himself. He was a soldier soul born from the flesh and blood of a first-rate divine body. He was unwilling to be like this, but he was enslaved. Yi Fan's expression became even colder. This was unforgivable. The other side humiliated him with the holy body bloodline's ancient ancestor. This type of confrontation made his rage surge into the clouds, burning heaven and earth. Be free, I'll let you out and open the shackles. Yi Fan spoke. His entire body burst forth with immortal light, and his battle chi surged. His combat prowess rose continuously, and his manifestations fused into one. This time, it wasn't a person, but a stretch of primordial chaos. Boom! Yi Fan roared. Ripples rushed into the heavens, and the great stars collapsed one after another, turning into fine powder. The moon and the others had long since fallen and been destroyed. This was simply like an immortal king. Nothing could stop him. Stellar rivers collapsed with a single roar. Just how powerful was he? Yi Fan's manifestations merged into one, hazy and indistinct. There was an immortal king, a divine sea, a yin-yang fish. Primal chaos energy was released. It wasn't humanoid, but rather an indistinct heaven and earth. Primal chaos light swirled about, devouring that precious wheel. He fiercely shook. Kacha sounds rang through the air. Countless cracks appeared on the 6 paths wheel, and then it broke apart, exploding there. A deity rushed out, tears of blood flowing down his face. He nodded towards him, and in the end, he burned into ashes in the void, thus freeing himself. Wow! Yi Fan's palm slammed forward. He took action in fury, experiencing the grief of that deity before he disappeared. That was the blood and remnant soul of a first-rate divine body. Yet it actually fell to this state. You dare! 2 voices shouted from within the ancestral cave, fully activating divine laws to stop him. However, without his true body, this was completely useless. Yi Fan's palm slammed onto the divine peak. Even though there were supreme being formation patterns here, protecting this place like an immortal iron bucket, this strike was still effective. The formation patterns were obliterated by Yi Fan's furious attack. Kacha sounds rang out from the divine mountain as it directly flew out and exploded in the air. A portion of the mountain broke off, appearing extremely ugly. All the creatures on Overlord Body's ancestral star trembled, all of them terrified. One had to know that the divine mountain was their spiritual symbol, never to be blasphemed against. Now it was actually broken by someone. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and crashing down. For them, this was a huge matter, as if doomsday had descended. In the ancestral cave, first-rate Overlord Bodies were naturally furious. This was equivalent to slapping their faces. Destroying their ancestral land in front of their faces was too domineering. Kill. A supreme divine law rushed out, turning into a heaven-shattering divine blade, hacking down at Yi Fan. It was incomparably terrifying. This was the extreme of the natural laws, turning into eternal radiance, destroying all forms. Yi Fan opened his mouth and released a clear roar. The innate essence energy he spat out turned into a Tao diagram, directly blocking those divine laws, obliterating them between heaven and earth. Hong. He reached out his hand again, slapping towards the mountain peak to tear this place apart. He shouted, "Two earth rats, let's see how long you can hide for. I'll tear apart your nest." The faces of the supreme beings in the ancestral cave fell ashen. Who dared to call them earth rats? This type of humiliation was too excessive, causing great waves to rise in their emotions. Today this old one is going to throw caution to the wind and fight you. In Overlord Body's ancestral cave, a tremendous divine will transmit it out. Someone broke through the seal, burning like a sun as he rushed into the sky. Hong. The immortal source exploded, and he broke through the seal and appeared. This was a type of helplessness. There was no way around it, because if his true body didn't appear, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop Yi Fan. This place would be destroyed. However, once he left the immortal source and experienced a bitter battle, for people like them who didn't have much time left in their lifespans, it really was too dangerous. It would be difficult for them to pass this life in peace. It was to the extent where after this battle, they would die. Go, let's fight in the starry skies. Large success. Overlord Body Xianming soared into the sky, directly soaring into the starry skies. He feared that a great battle of this level would turn this star into dust. There were many supreme being formation patterns protecting this place, but if the battle continued, they would definitely be destroyed. Just like those stars shattered by Yi Fan's roar, they would no longer exist. Yi Fan didn't want to bring disaster to all life, didn't want to wipe out all of the creatures on this star. He soared high into the sky, entering the cosmos to fight a great battle against Overlord Body Xianming. Youngster, you are very strong, rarely seen since the ancient times. However, this world isn't like what you think it is. Sometimes no matter how strong one is, it is still a sad song. Large success. Overlord Body Xianming took out a treasure bottle, unscrewed the stopper, and poured it into his mouth. It was bright red blood, and scarlet clouds rushed into the sky. However, there wasn't much left, so he drank it all in one gulp. Yi Fan's eyebrows furrowed. The aura of this blood was the same as the treasure wheels. It came from the same person, and it belonged to a large success saint body. Formation. Xianming roared. 72 rays of cold light rushed out from the top of his head, piercing into the star domain. Those were terrifying immortal sword formation patterns, and they directly covered the sky and the earth, drowning this place. Formation secret words. Yi Fan was shocked. He had suffered greatly when fighting against the 9 great celestial being, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of formation pattern. It's a magical artifact refined from the formation secret words. Not bad, but there are still some differences, and it lacks some immortal patterns. Xianming corrected, but no matter how one looked at it, he was still fearless. Unfortunately, this was a forbidden artifact, and the number of times it could be used was limited. Moreover, it was refined using a secret technique, and even after so many years, he still couldn't truly copy the perfect formation secret words. If you can really make it through, then I'll admit defeat. Xianming with the large success tyrant body said emotionlessly. With a whoosh, another 108 heavenly blades flew out from his sea of reincarnation, lining up outside, and complementing the missing parts of the great formation revealed by the formation secret words. The formation pattern that appeared later was the supreme formation of the tyrant body lineage. When the two were combined, their power was absolutely boundless, and there was no chance of survival. Did you use this kind of method to kill the saint body back then? Yifan asked. No, as an expert of our realm, I let go of the soaring heavens, and I defeated him head-on. Xianming with the large success tyrant body said. Some of his past battle achievements were truly recorded, and some had long been erased in history. Since the other party said so, as a supreme being's pride, there wouldn't be any exaggeration. Since that's the case, I'll break you, and I'll use the method of the saint body lineage to kill you. Yifan said coldly. Boom! This battle erupted. Yifan's entire body shone, burning fiercely as he attacked in this formation. The movement secret word made him fast to the extreme, moving through space. Irregular scenes erupted, turning into an undying celestial emperor, advancing side by side with him, crushing the great formation artifact, formation patterns and others. At the same time, a cauldron flew out above his head, releasing endless source energy, tearing apart the great formation. Yifan was like a vicious dragon that came out of its cage, looking down on everything in its path. He weaved and weaved in the great formation, fighting until heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and moon losing light, groups of stars exploding. This battle shocked the entire universe. The existences in the great life-restricted regions all revived. It was because the effects were too great, supreme being auras and fluctuations engulfing the cosmos. However, this time, there were no restricted region experts who came out, because they knew that Yifan was already at the consummate level. Killing him was extremely difficult, and it would only waste their essence energy for nothing. This was the appearance of the true great completion holy body, fighting a great battle against the most powerful supreme being of the ancient heavenly tyrant bloodline. This was a battle between dragons and tigers, incomparably intense. There was no need to doubt Xianming's strength. Back then he had true battle accomplishments, killing his opponent with his strength. He wasn't like the previous overlord body Kanglin who encountered an aged holy body. Unfortunately, the glory of the tyrant bloodline seemed to only be these few battles. If they continued to advance towards the ancient times, it would be hard for the battle against the holy body to be too brilliant. The great battle continued. Yifan destroyed everything, in the end forcibly shattering the forbidden artifact. Using the 6 Dao reincarnation's fist to face the tyrant body head-on, blasting him until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. How is it? Yifan asked. Not good, I still can't die. The great completion tyrant body Xianming shouted, blood trickling down from the corners of his lips. His entire body shone, purple energy rushing into the heavens. A purple dragon-like tail swept out, sending Yifan flying. The great battle continued. Blood also splashed out from Yifan's body, but it wasn't too serious. Wah! Suddenly the void trembled. Another wave of supreme being aura erupted. A purple fist shattered heaven and earth, suddenly appearing, striking towards the back of Yifan's head. Die! The source chi above Yifan's head descended, and the treasured cauldron flew over to strike the fist, erupting with a towering immortal light. The other great completion tyrant body, Kuan-gu, appeared, and he was also the last person. Kanglin had died, and the original 4th person had also fallen many tens of thousands of years ago. Unable to endure the erosion of time, even the two of you together won't be able to stop me. Yifan roared. His phenomenon erupted, and the celestial Varch body appeared again, fusing with his main body, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to surge explosively. This was no longer a pure phenomenon. It had been evolved to the extreme, and it had become a part of his body, fusing with him. Arrogant. Kuan-gu let out a cold roar. He held a large halberd in his hand, and he truly appeared like a peerless tyrant again. With a single slash of his halberd, the starry sky was sliced in half, and great destruction ensued. This was an intense battle. Yi Fan faced two great completion tyrant bodies on his own, and they fought from one realm to another until the sun and moon were extinguished, and the starry sky was reduced to ashes. Along the way, many star fragments appeared, and large areas of the starry sky were shattered. The universe was a scene of devastation, and it was unbearable to look at. After an unknown period of time, a miserable roar sounded. One of the great completion tyrant bodies was split into pieces by Yi Fan's celestial Dharch fist, and its weapon was also shattered. The tyrant body roared angrily as it reformed its true body, but Yi Fan chased after it, and after evading the attack of the other great completion tyrant body, he tore it apart again, bathing it in tyrannical blood. This scene shocked everyone, and even the supreme beings in the restricted area felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 1746. Yi Fan tore apart the great completion tyrant body, splitting it into two halves. Bathed in the heavenly tyrant blood, he was like a demonic god standing under the starry skies, unrivaled under the heavens without a doubt. Blood splashed and purple energy rose. The two halves of the body exploded, and then reassembled. Supreme beings were difficult to kill, especially this kind of person. They couldn't be killed in one blow, and the primordial spirit of the great completion tyrant body had even more so escaped just now. It wasn't hit, only its body was damaged. The great battle continued and time passed. The three broke through the heavens, entering from one region to another, killing until the sun and moon lost their radiance, and the starry skies became dim. Blood flowed. The two great completion tyrant bodies had long since been seriously injured. Their blood splashed into the heavens, scattering across the starry skies. Yi Fan fought crazily, chasing closely behind them. This was a life and death battle. If he didn't get rid of these two today, they would definitely become a great disaster in the future. Although Yi Fan was fearless, his family and friends would definitely be in danger. As such, his eyes were like golden lamps, cutting through the universe as he stared at the two without letting them go. He killed without end, attacking fiercely along the way. At this point in the battle, he had already obtained the absolute advantage, tearing through dry weeds and smashing through rotten wood. The two great supreme beings weren't his opponent, and were continuously fleeing. This was a shocking scene. One had to know that these were two unrivaled overlords. Now they were actually no match for him, and had to flee for their lives. How could people not be shocked? The battle had already lasted for a long time, but people still felt that it was too fast. The two great completion tyrant bodies could suppress the universe, so how could they be in such a sorry state? They were defeated too quickly. In the past, as long as they appeared, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No one could match them, and since ancient times, not many people were their opponents. However, today they were in such a miserable state, covered in blood as they were chased endlessly by a young expert. Is he going to defy the heavens? A 600 to 700-year-old great completion holy body, he will rule for a long period of time. He can already kill ancient supreme beings at such a young age. In the future, if he is given time to slowly consolidate, what kind of heights will he reach? Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of geniuses. Unfortunately, many people had died on the path of growth. It was really rare to see someone who could advance triumphantly and become invincible in the shortest amount of time. Yi Fan went on a killing spree as he chased after the supreme beings. Flowers of blood bloomed in the river of stars from time to time. The overlord body that had attained great success was about to suffer a calamity. The two of them couldn't hold on no matter how they advanced or retreated together. Time flew by, and finally the most critical moment had arrived. Both of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. If this continued, they would not be able to continue wasting time. Their essence blood was not as abundant as Yi Fan's. They gave each other a look and released a sigh. The era that belonged to them was over. They truly weren't the other party's opponent. After a period of time, they would definitely die. In the end, the two of them turned into two streaks of immortal light, rushing in different directions. It was because it was useless even if they worked together. They couldn't defeat the other party, so it was better to split up and flee. Yi Fan let out a roar, and the cauldron of myriad origin chi rushed out from the top of his head. His avatar transformed into the celestial emperor body and flew out, holding the cauldron as he chased after one person. As for himself, he was also chasing after the other person with all his might, preparing to end the battle as soon as possible. Boom. Everyone saw the scene of Tyrant Body Koengu's final struggle. A large hand covered this entire starry domain, covering all of the stars below. A violent slapping sound rang out, and it was as if raging waves were beating against the shore. All of the stars were either shattered or swept into the distance like great waves, turning this place into a vacuum. Tyrant Body Koengu's halberd was broken, and his entire body also exploded. He was unable to block this supreme attack. He wanted to reconstruct his Tyrant Blood True body, but Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. He reached out with a large hand and grabbed him back. Pooh! Even as Koengu self-destructed, Yi Fan's two hands were like golden millstones. They slowly closed, crushing Koengu several dozen times, but he himself didn't die. In the end, Tyrant Body Koengu's primordial spirit collapsed, and his flesh turned into ashes. He could no longer be revived, and he was completely killed. Everyone was shaken. Everyone who saw this scene through the formation and the heavenly magic, I felt their bodies go cold. A battle of this level was something they didn't even dare to imagine. Yi Fan didn't stop. A blazing light flashed past, and he disappeared from his original location. He was going to deal with another person. It had to be said that his phenomenon had endless wondrous uses. After casting the Celestial Emperor, it hadn't dissipated even after so long. He held the myriad energy cauldron to suppress the people in front of him. Tyrant blood splashed everywhere. Xianming lamented at the end of his road. He knew that he was going to die, and he couldn't shake off the other party's pursuit. Once Yi Fan's true body returned, what path would he have left to live? This was indeed the outcome. Yi Fan's true body arrived, and he personally activated the cauldron to suck him in and refine him. In the end, a cloud of ashes scattered everywhere, and a blood pill fell down. This was the bloodline essence of the Tyrant Body Koengu, and it had been condensed into a divine pill. Of course, this precious pill wasn't as heaven-defying as one would imagine. Because the Tyrant Body Koengu was about to die, his lifespan had already been exhausted, and there wasn't much essence left. With the conclusion of this battle, Yi Fan used his terrifying battle accomplishments to announce to the world that he was already at the top of the world's supreme level. He was unrivaled in the present age. With the death of the two Tyrant Body ancestors, this battle had come to an end. However, the cosmic sea wasn't calm, and there were sounds of discussion everywhere. Under the cold night sky, everything was very bleak. The Supreme Being's unrivaled title had been changed, and an expert from the later generation had trampled all of their glory underfoot. Yi Fan obtained victory, but he didn't move. He stayed here for a long time. Would there be people who would challenge him in the future? Today he had killed a Supreme Being, so there might be people who would challenge him in the future. Just like that sacred cliff saint Physique, who was so glorious and unrivaled when his blood energy was at its peak, was killed by someone in his twilight years, and his blood dyed the cliff. However, this wasn't the time to ponder deeply. He walked through the starry sky towards the Tyrant Body ancestral star, descending once again. The entire star was filled with cries and wails. Many experts were in grief. Their spiritual pillar had collapsed, and even the unrivaled ancient ancestor had died in battle. What else could they use to fight? They had cultivated to the peak, and the strongest was only a Tyrant Body expert, but they still couldn't win. Someone of that level had died in the hands of Yi Fan, and this caused the faith in their hearts to collapse. On the Tyrant Body ancestral star, their spiritual worlds were torn apart, and they suffered a severe impact. Yi Fan stood on a cliff. Although his eyes were cold and emotionless, he didn't have the intention to completely destroy this place. His powerful divine sense spread out, and in an instant, dozens of important figures on this star exploded, turning into bloody mists. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone trembled at this moment. It was as if a great emperor was standing in the starry sky and looking down on them. Everyone knelt down, unable to withstand this pressure. In the end, Yi Fan left and entered the starry sky. He's actually so powerful. Few people can stop him unless we sublimate to the extreme. I was careless. Who would have thought that an ant could pass two great tribulations in a row, allowing him to become a little dragon in one leap? In the Big Dipper restricted region, someone sighed. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't pay attention to the outside world. But now that such a major event had happened, everyone frowned. Yi Fan slaughtered the tyrant body, and this was a wake-up call for them. The world was no longer completely under their control. And there was another variable. At this moment, the celestial court was bustling with activity. War drums rumbled, and great banners fluttered. This place was incomparably lively. Batch after batch of great armies rushed over to rebuild the celestial court. Yi Fan succeeded in crossing the tribulation, and killed all the supreme beings of the tyrant blood of the firmament lineage. His might was incomparable, and this naturally promoted the great influence of the celestial court. It appeared incomparably glorious. Great banners fluttered, and all the military divisions returned. "Master!" Flower cried out loudly. In the sky, a golden river flew over, forming a divine path that reached straight for the celestial court. Yi Fan descended. "Father!" Little Purple opened her little hands and staggered in the void. She could fly now. The Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui Li Tian, and the others all rushed over. Every one of them was incomparably excited. Only now did the celestial court truly fear no other powers, and it truly began to walk towards the peak of glory. With a great completion divine physique overseeing it, they wouldn't even fear a conflict with the restricted region of life. They could completely challenge them. "I've made our brothers suffer." Yi Fan was full of emotions as he looked at the various heavenly soldiers and generals. Even though a few troops were missing, most of them were unharmed. "It's not bitter, this is nothing. We only hate that we can't go on an expedition. Now we can finally come out into the world." Everyone shouted excitedly. This place was a boiling cauldron of voices, and everyone was incomparably excited. Yi Fan also felt uneasy, but he was very happy. He restrained his aura well, and didn't release even a little bit. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be able to bear it. A banquet was held in the celestial court. Drums and music shook the heavens, and all the major powers came to pay their respects. Whether it was the Taoist palace, God's organization, or the major races of the universe, they all sent their leading figures to congratulate him. If there were no accidents, as long as Yi Fan didn't fall, he would be the ruler of the universe in the next 10,000 years, and all the powerful races would have to crawl under his feet. A great completion divine physique had appeared in this era, and it was impossible to defeat him. This day has finally come. Many people sighed, but the meaning expressed by different people was different. Some were happy, some were afraid, some were anxious, and some were uneasy. The reactions of the various races of the universe were different. The great completion of the divine physique had ruled the world, and the impact was too great. After this day, no one in the world dared to disobey the celestial court, and there were no more opposing forces. A glorious immortal dynasty officially rose, suppressing the 10 sides of the universe. Everyone thought that Yi Fan would definitely go into seclusion to stabilize his fruit of the way, and he wouldn't make a move in a short period of time. Because he had just killed all the great completion tyrant bodies, it was enough to establish his might. None of the life-forbidden zones dared to act rashly, and everyone had to consider the cruel consequences once a war broke out. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Several days later, Yi Fan said goodbye to his wife and daughter, as well as his friends, and set off again. This time it was the Big Dipper, and his goal was very clear. He walked with the myriad chi cauldron on his head, and his murderous aura was undisguised. He was going on a conquest. Everyone was stunned. What was he going to do? Was he really going to push through the forbidden zones one by one, and wipe them all out? This was somewhat impossible. There had been so many great emperors since ancient times, but none of them could do it. Because if the people in the forbidden zones were forced into a corner, they would ascend to the extreme. And when that time came, even the immortals would not be able to stop them. However, Yi Fan really came, and his real body descended on the Big Dipper star region, came to this land that he was familiar with, and looked at the 7 great life-forbidden zones. Chapter 1747. Yi Fan came descending into Big Dipper star domain, triggering a huge commotion. Recently, his limelight was too great, looking down on everyone, killing ancient supreme beings, unmatched under the heavens. What did he come here for? The all-life energy cauldron hung above his head, weapons protecting his body. This was definitely not a peaceful trip, or else why would there be so much murderous energy pervading the air? It shouldn't be like this. He already killed the heavenly tyrant bloodline. If he continues to sweep through like this, he will make too many enemies. There is no way he can flatten the great restricted regions. Going too far is as bad as falling short. If this continues, even a great completion divine body might be in danger. The restricted regions aren't things that can be flattened just because you want to. Not even so many great emperors were able to do it. Everyone admitted that Yi Fan was powerful, but if this continued, they would still worry for him. Supreme beings were once the most powerful experts in this world, especially Big Dipper's restricted regions. They were different from the great completion tyrant body ancestral cave. The people here could ascend to the extreme, in the end becoming true great emperors. At that time, just one of them would be able to suppress the world. Even if Yi Fan was powerful, and he was so young, blood energy surging like a sea, he still might not necessarily be a match for a taboo existence who ascended to the highest level. Emperors were unmatched. This wasn't just a saying. Great Emperor, Ancient Emperor, these titles were as heavy as Mount Tai. Every single person was unique, incomparable, the supreme of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Regardless, Yi Fan came. He walked through the eastern wasteland, passing through one life-restricted region after another. Everyone knew that as long as he didn't take action, the restricted regions wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. It was because his power was already established, and supreme beings couldn't kill him unless they ascended. No one would be so noble as to fight against Yi Fan for the sake of making the other restricted regions feel at ease. Moreover, even if they ascended, they might not be able to truly kill Yi Fan. There would be all types of unforeseen events, and they might even be killed instead. It was full of variables, and also full of danger. The various restricted regions should be quite fearful of Yi Fan, not wishing for him to attack. However, Yi Fan came truly about to set foot inside. However, he didn't enter the ancient desolate restricted region, nodding his head in greeting before directly leaving into the distance. Undying Mountain was majestic and towering. Even the Great Black Mountain was the emperor of the mountain. It was a majestic place, and no one dared to casually enter. There were endless secrets here. However, today Yi Fan directly entered. The formation patterns here could no longer stop him. There were stone people that revealed themselves, but they were trembling with fear. Yi Fan entered Undying Mountain. This news was like a clap of thunder that shook the world. Just now he was just strolling around outside, and now he really entered. Was he going to make his move here? A few restricted region existences woke up, watching coldly. As for the supreme beings in the mountains, their eyes were like cold lightning, piercing through the mist in the depths, passing through layers upon layers of mountain peaks to stare at Yi Fan. In reality, there were some who really wanted to give him a slap, but they held themselves back. If they really did force him to that step, Yi Fan would definitely fight intensely against him, forcing him into the world. That would consume too much essence blood, and he might not necessarily be able to make it through this world. Undying Mountain was so quiet that it was suffocating. Meanwhile, in the outside world, it was unknown just how many people's hearts were about to stop. It was because a great battle between supreme beings could erupt at any time, and then they might turn into dust, no longer existing. At this moment, many people cried out loudly, rushing into the sky, fleeing from Big Dipper, not daring to stop here. The only fortunate thing was that Yi Fan didn't release his own incomparable blood energy. Otherwise, this great earth might even collapse. His footsteps were extremely spacious. Yi Fan strolled through Undying Mountain, silent and taciturn. When the supreme beings entered the deepest level of slumber, he had previously entered this place. However, compared to now, it really was like the difference between ice and fire. Now he was walking openly here, no one daring to stop him. What was he going to do? Was he really going to flatten Undying Mountain? Many people began to speculate. Following the spacious footsteps, Yi Fan arrived in the depths of the mountain. His eyes swept over the giant mountains one after another. Unfortunately, he didn't discover the 10,000-year medicine, which was that black tortoise immortal medicine. It wasn't here, clearly brought by the supreme being in the mountain. He continued forward, directly walking towards an old tree. The leaves there swayed, radiance filling the skies. A Tao comprehension ancient tea tree took root here, flowing with brilliant colors. Every single leaf on it was different. There were 108 of them, sparkling and translucent, resplendent and dazzling. Some were like small cauldrons, some like small chelants, and there were even some that were like small trigrams. They represented different Taos, extremely important for comprehending the Tao. Now it could also be considered to have matured, but there was no one waiting outside. It was because the Supreme Being revived, not entering the deepest level of slumber yet, so no one dared to take the risk and obtain the leaves. Yi Fan walked up, directly plucking them, peeling off all of the leaves. They were like immortal splendor that tore through the sky, extremely dazzling. This time, the old Tao comprehension tea tree didn't run, because it knew that in front of a Supreme Being, it didn't have the slightest chance under such a close distance. Yi Fan entered the forbidden region to pick the immortal tea, calm and unhurried. He placed the leaves into the jade container, and then walked a circle around this place. He stared at the Supreme Being's residence, and then turned around to leave. Everyone was stupefied. This was extremely unbridled, daring to act like this in the Supreme Being's home, not feeling any restraints. Was this a type of intimidation and challenge? However, everyone knew that Yi Fan and Undying Mountain had a great grudge. Back then, during the darkness chaos, Stone Emperor slaughtered in all directions, quite a few of Yi Fan's close friends dying, for example, Jizi Jiang Taishu. Now that he came here, no one was surprised. If not for the Tao comprehension tea tree not being able to leave this place, he might have dug it up. Undying Mountain was a mysterious land, one of the cosmos' source immortal lands. Tao comprehension tea trees could only be grown in this place. In the past, Great Emperor Wuxia had tried to dig it up, but it couldn't survive outside. Yi Fan didn't cut off the Tao comprehension tea tree's branches, because he had a type of ambition. In the future he was going to rule over this place. This tree couldn't be destroyed now, it was going to be his own immortal medicine. The entire world was in an uproar. Yi Fan entered the forbidden region, plucking the Tao comprehension tea tree's leaves in front of a Supreme Being's face, and then calmly left, doing it just like that. Younger generation. A cold snort sounded from the depths of Undying Mountain. He didn't say too much, because he knew that Yi Fan wasn't prepared to fight either. Otherwise he wouldn't have left like this, definitely going to fight a bloody battle. When I was crossing tribulation, there were people from Undying Mountain who took action as well. Don't feel so indignant. Yi Fan turned around, leaving behind these words as he walked out from the mountain region. Extremely cold. This was opposing each other with equal harshness. Both sides didn't want to fight, so this was the only result. Then, Yi Fan entered the divine ruins. There were many ruin traces here, Tao traces everywhere. There was a giant southern heavenly gate towering here, the remains of ancient heaven, something that fell here back then. This was the first time Yi Fan entered. When he stepped through southern heavenly gate, he sensed a type of grand aura, as if there were the Tao traces of emperors rippling through the void. The remains were boundless. This was previously the paradise of deities, but now, it was known as the divine ruins. There were supreme beings hibernating here. Yi Fan clearly came for the immortal peach tree. Unfortunately, supreme beings were on guard against him, long restraining the tree, planting it in the innermost depths of the divine ruins. He was a step too late. Hong. Yi Fan took action, striking the ground. A large hand reached out, seizing an earth vein, holding it in his palm. Waves of dense immortal mist rose, refreshing the mind, a fragrance flowing about. This was a divine spring that surged out from the earth vein, never drying up since ancient times. After surging out from the ground, it seeped into the earth's core, forming a cycle. Don't cross the line. Someone spoke from the depths of the divine ruins, the voice extremely cold and ruthless. However, he didn't take action. When I was crossing tribulation, you also took action. A divine spring isn't even enough to compensate me. Yi Fan turned around coldly, refining the boundless earth vein to 3 inches in length. It shone in his palm, immortal energy surging. This was a true divine spring, on the same level as the 9 in the ancient desolate restricted land. It was the best source of water for growing undying medicines and refining pills, as well as extending one's life essence energy. It was hard to find in the entire world, and now, there was only one in the life-restricted region. That was moved here by a supreme being. Yi Fan didn't act politely, directly digging up this earth vein, seizing this divine spring, preparing to leave it for the celestial court to use. This type of harvest wasn't bad either. Even though the supreme being was dissatisfied, it wasn't to the point of risking his life. Yi Fan also knew his limits, not wishing to fight to the death. Of course, it wasn't important whether or not he offended them. Since these people had taken action when he was crossing tribulation, even if he didn't ask for an explanation, their relationship in the future was already set in stone. That was why Yi Fan barged in, brazenly robbing and extorting. He wandered around this place, thoroughly seeing through the divine ruins. Then he carried the southern heavenly gate away, swaggering off, not showing the slightest bit of respect. The eyes of the supreme being in the divine ruins were incomparably cold. He stared at his back figure, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to sublimate to the extreme, but apart from this, there was no way he could kill the other party. In the eastern wasteland, everyone felt dizzy. What did Yi Fan do? He swaggered out, carrying the southern heavenly gate out? One had to understand that that was the face of the divine ruins. It actually changed owners just like that. It truly made people a bit speechless, making them even more fearful of his strength and power. It was clear that the supreme being had tacitly agreed. Because they had disturbed Yi Fan's tribulation, now, both sides were seeking a type of compensation that couldn't be revealed in public, thus reaching a type of balance. Immortal Mausoleum was a desolate place, hills everywhere. Every single one of them wasn't that tall, but they were all quite imposing. Some had yin energy lingering about, some had auspicious multicolored light rushing into the heavens. This place was extremely mysterious, believed to be the burial ground of ancient immortals. Even though all of the tombs were empty, people believed that it was caused by immortal bodies ascending to heaven, not leaving behind their true bodies. Yi Fan came, strolling around this place and searching, going from one place to another. In the past, the long-life celestial being hid here, dying in the darkness chaos. However, there were still supreme beings here. In the end, Yi Fan chose over 100 prehistoric monuments, pulling them all out. He was going to bring them away to study them properly. Yi Fan put away the monuments, no one stopping him, leaving all of the eastern wastelands people stupefied, even more so a bit numb. Soon afterwards, he appeared in the absolute beginning restricted region, arriving at the edge of the ancient mine. This time he couldn't get close, because there were several waves of powerful power stopping his body. Nothing else, I just want a piece of absolute beginning life stone. He directly spoke, asking for it. After who knew how much time had passed, a silvery white strange stone flew out. It was the size of a wash basin, flowing with immortal light, releasing immortal essence, astonishing to the extreme. Yi Fan picked it up, and then he turned around to leave. Absolute beginning ancient mine didn't lack this type of thing, but there wouldn't be too many either. Life stones were incomparably precious in the outside world, enough for people to risk their lives for them. Yi Fan continued down the path, his final stop arriving at the Sea of Reincarnation. When he passed through the mountain gate, a great sea rested before him, brilliant and dazzling, great waves sounding. It was also in the eastern wastelands, but it didn't appear in the world of mortals, forming a world of its own. This was the first time Yi Fan came here. He looked around seriously again and again. Younger generation, I don't have anything here that is worth your attention. A cold voice said. There is your life. Yi Fan calmly replied. No one expected Yi Fan to actually have the intention to take action at the final stop. Chapter 1748. The Sea of Reincarnation was silver in color, as if endless stellar streams poured down, converging into a sea. It was extremely vast, without limit. The silver sea stretched endlessly, even larger than the entire eastern wastelands, but normally, no traces of it could be seen at all. It was clear that this was a separate world, only the exit connected to the Big Dipper region. Silver waves surged, as if a storm of metal was sweeping over. Yi Fan walked on the waves. All of the waves separated beneath his feet, unable to stop his advance. Even the natural laws of supreme beings couldn't stop him, broken through. Younger generation, your arrogance has reached the heavens. You want to flatten the sea of reincarnation alone? This type of voice rang through the entire eastern wastelands, shaking the world. A supreme being was furious, making everyone tremble. Everyone was shocked. This time, it seemed like there really was going to be a battle, and not just a tacit balance. Isn't it just you? Could it be that there is a nest of supreme beings here? Yi Fan said calmly, his words extremely disrespectful, even referring to supreme beings as nests. It seems like you know quite a bit. The voice that sounded from the sea of reincarnation became even colder. Yi Fan sneered, not saying anything. He made a trip to the underworld, obtaining quite a bit of information from Hell-suppressing Emperor. Now the Sea of Reincarnation was the weakest of the 7 great restricted regions, only a single person remaining. Back then they were extremely prosperous, but unfortunately, 1 or 2 of them were killed by the Void Emperor more than 100,000 years ago. The Lord of Reincarnation from several hundred years ago also died a violent death. Now only a single person remained. Do you want to flatten all of the restricted regions one by one? With these types of thoughts, not even heaven and earth can tolerate you. You will die without a burial ground. A shout sounded from the depths of the Sea of Reincarnation. His shout was naturally a warning to the other restricted regions, hoping that everyone would take action and kill Yi Fan. However, it was a pity that the 7 great restricted regions were all powerful, even hostile towards each other. There was no one who would take action for him. After all, the power of the divine body was already complete. Even if a supreme being appeared, there was a chance of dying. Now the other life-restricted regions were rather expectant, hoping that he could fight against Yi Fan and test out the ultimate strength of a great success divine body. They were even hoping that he would sublimate to the limit and drag Yi Fan down with him. Only then would they be able to deal with this potential disaster. I just want to flatten this place. I remember that day when I was undergoing tribulation, you didn't let me off. You even swallowed my blood essence. Now that I'm here, you can try again. Yi Fan roared in a domineering manner. He stomped down with his foot, and instantly huge waves surged into the sky, shaking the entire Sea of Reincarnation, causing this place to boil. Some of the giant palaces and floating islands in the sea were blasted apart, and turned into fine powder under Yi Fan's vigorous blood energy. They simply couldn't stop his mighty aura. Younger generation, you are going too far. Do you really want to force me into the world? If a great battle breaks out, the one who will die will be you. The supreme being in the reincarnation sea said ruthlessly. Yi Fan roared with laughter, but his gaze was ice-cold. It's fine if you want to avoid this battle, but you have to hand over an undying herb or a 9 revolutions celestial pill. You have to give an explanation for attacking me that day. He didn't hide anything, directly extorting a supreme being. This was an undisguised objective, not hiding anything at all. It was just like what he said himself. When he faced tribulation that day, he was surrounded and killed by a group of supreme beings, so there was no way he could just let it go like that. If there was no compensation, he didn't mind starting a great battle, forcing the supreme being into the world. At that time, the blood energy here would wither up. The supreme being who was long past his prime would definitely be forced into a passive state, to the extent where he might not even be able to make it through this world. Unfortunately, the reincarnation sea's immortal treasures were all used up. After Yi Fan entered, he didn't find anything worth taking action. Meanwhile, the reincarnation sea's supreme being's attitude was also unyielding. He clearly killed him before, stopping him from crossing tribulation. Yet now he still had this type of attitude, making Yi Fan decide to fight a great battle. There is no undying herb, but if there is a 9 revolutions celestial pill, it will be for me to use. You can stop your wishful thinking. The reincarnation sea's supreme being said coldly. He sighed inwardly, making his preparations. He really didn't have anything he could take out here, and this younger generation junior before him was extremely domineering, setting his mind on carving out flesh from his body. He had no choice but to face him head-on. In the outside world, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan truly made everyone feel reverence but also speechless. This was extorting a supreme being. How could he be so daring, so unrestrained? This was clearly a battle without fear. You are courting death. Don't think that you are truly unmatched under the heavens just because you killed 2 overlord bodies. What does someone who didn't achieve the Tao count as? If you really force someone like me to sublimate, who do you think you are? Just an ant. The voice in the depths of the reincarnation sea was extremely grand, shaking the heavenly dome. The unmatched existence inside was cold and emotionless, his words extremely unpleasant to listen to, but he was just this domineering. It was because there was already no room for maneuver now. He predicted that Yi Fan would definitely take action, force him to fight. Instead of this, he might as well be magnanimous, no longer wronged, and endure silently. In the depths of the reincarnation sea was an enormous ancient tree that towered into the clouds. Grand palaces were constructed on the tree trunk one after another, looking extremely dreamlike. However, this tree had long withered and died. Now, there were no leaves, only bare branches. Yi Fan was astonished. Just how tall was this ancient tree? It was practically extending into the cosmos. There was a moon orbiting around it, chaotic energy flowing in all directions. The ancient buildings on the branches were grand, forming a staircase that ascended. Within every building were withered bones, all of them ancient heroes who had died. That was the tribe that belonged to the reincarnation sea. It was once a glorious holy land, but now, it became their burial ground. Many people chose this place as their final resting place. Even the ancient deities couldn't protect everyone's survival. This was a cruel reality. Living in this world, one had to struggle against time, but in the end, they still had to die. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. He suddenly had a feeling that the celestial court was extremely prosperous right now, but when he grew old one day, when the tribe all bent over with the passage of time, what kind of scene would that be? Perhaps it would be like this right now. The great inheritance, the unmatched grand occasion, the glorious celestial court would also come to an end, becoming a burial ground. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. Yi Fan restrained himself and pressed forward. At the very top of this ancient tree was no longer an ancient building, but rather a mountain. It was grand and tall, suspended above the treetop, suppressing the reincarnation sea. Chaotic energy descended. Blood energy surged like a sea there. A figure had long appeared on the mountain peak. From the distance, that place was hazy with mist. A majestic black figure stood there, full of a type of demonic nature. The oppressive atmosphere made one feel as if they were about to stop breathing. The reincarnation sea's supreme being had appeared. At this moment, the entire eastern wasteland seemed like it was going to collapse. Many mountain peaks rumbled and swayed, the great wastelands splitting apart. Yi Fan released a cold snort. Tao laws flew out, immortal light overflowing in all directions, stabilizing heaven and earth. He stared at the figure on the mountain peak at the top of the giant tree. That black demonic figure gave off too much pressure. He spoke in an ancient language, making it hard for others to understand, as if it was a type of terrifying demonic curse. The silver seawater surged, and then it rushed into the sky. A precious vase appeared in that person's hands. He collected the reincarnation sea inside, quickly and fiercely. During this process, the sun, moon, and stars all trembled along with these fluctuations. It was terrifying to the extreme. His true body was revealed. This was a middle-aged man with a head of pitch-black hair. His eyes were silver, sharp and intimidating. Even though he was in human form, Yi Fan knew that there was no way this was a human, and that this wasn't the original form of his race. In his hands was a precious vase made from immortal tears green gold. The silver forbidden sea was collected inside, not a single drop left behind. Meanwhile, that ancient tree pulled itself up from the ground. It didn't have roots and was actually just a branch. It quickly shrunk, and in the end, it entered the precious vase inserted within. Yi Fan was shocked. After that branch shrunk, it actually resembled a human body, its shape strange. This made him feel a wave of shock. That precious medicine of the Emperor Zun. However, this undying immortal tree had long lost its life essence, refined into a weapon by someone. Now it no longer had the use of reviving the dead. Yi Fan's eyes were deep. The reincarnation sea wasn't simple. Back then they actually obtained that humanoid immortal medicine and cut off its branch. That medicine wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Let's go the battle in outer space. Yi Fan didn't want to destroy the Big Dipper. Meanwhile, the reincarnation sea's supreme being didn't stop either, because there were other life-restricted regions here. If they truly fought a great battle without any restraints, they might anger too many people. Stellar streams flickered. Yi Fan towered above. The supreme being from the reincarnation sea was named Yunzhen, profound and unfathomable. When he spoke softly, demonic curses rang through the cosmos. Noiselessly, countless enormous monuments appeared in Yi Fan's surroundings, towering into the cosmos, surrounding him. The scene was astonishing. The monuments really were too large, continuously increasing in size. In the end, even the sun, moon, and stars revolved around them, dignified and solemn, awe-inspiring and astonishing. Just what kind of scene was this? Ancient monuments stretched across the cosmos, appearing one after another. They were like the tombstones of immortals, filling up the starry skies. The stars in the sky couldn't even be considered much compared to them, too insignificant. A type of tremendous fluctuation spread out, about to bury Yi Fan here. Reincarnate in the three realms, carve my name in every generation, announce to the deities that the 9 heavens and 10 earths will obey my command. The incantation rang out, reverberating through the cosmos. Every single tombstone had the word Yunzhen carved on it, illuminating the past, present, and future. It was as if they were formed from the blood sacrifice of the deities. This was a strange scene. Every single monument was simple and mysterious. The radiance of the characters on them faded away, and an indescribable aura spread out. After that, Yi Fan felt as if his soul was about to leave his body to carry out the sacrifice. Freeze! Yi Fan shouted. The space between his brows shone brightly, activating the word before, stabilizing his primordial spirit. He stared at all the ancient monuments and that Yunzhen, saying, "So it was you." This wasn't the first time he saw this technique. Back then, when he fought against Tian on the ancient starry skies, he was shocked. This was a type of unrivaled scripture that had been passed down for a terrifyingly long time. Now he found the source. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be created by this person before his eyes. Wang. All the giant monuments trembled, and faces appeared on them. However, they were still made of stone, which made them even more bizarre. Yi Fan felt as if his body had been cursed, and it was difficult for him to move. Carve my name in every generation. This sentence was like the most terrifying incantation, reverberating in the starry skies. The wind and thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Between the heaven and earth, countless heroic spirits appeared. The deities appeared at the same time, like a vast ocean crashing onto the shore. The divine might was so vast that it shook the 9 heavens. The inexplicable deities came from the monuments and charged forward together. Yi Fan and a true Emperor Realm Master began a great battle. Chapter 1749. A loud sound rang out. Yi Fan's entire body shone brilliantly with golden light. All types of divine marks danced about, and the natural laws were boundless. This was a method he created by drawing on the golden divine treasury. Now it wasn't all types of weapons flying about, but rather all of immortal domain's creatures. 10,000 tribulations added to their bodies, descending into this world. The Kunpeng roared through the cosmos. With a flap of its wings, the starry river collapsed. The true dragon roared, and with a sweep of its long body, the starry sky turned into powder. The vermilion bird opened its mouth and spat out endless immortal flames, burning the heavens. At this moment, Yi Fan became extremely dangerous. Natural laws erupted, first dealing with his own curse problem, and then he stopped all of the heroic spirits outside. Divine marks flew about, smashing into them one after another. Hong. In the end, this place exploded. The endless deities all shattered, and his divine marks also slowly grew dim. This was a shocking secret method attack. The very first battle already tore apart the sky dome, turning the starry river into dust. This place was incomparably terrifying. However, there were still many steals in the 6 Harmonies sky dome. They didn't disappear. Youngster, you aren't bad. You have some methods, but it's still not enough. Yinzhen said. At this moment, every single steel was dripping blood, slowly trickling down. It was a bit terrifying, releasing a powerful imperial Dao aura. Then, a sea of blood appeared, submerging this place. Go reincarnate. Yinzhen shouted. The sea of blood was boundless. An enormous gate appeared in the middle, the word reincarnation written on it. It was going to suck Yifan inside. What relationship do you have with the underworld world? Yifan shouted. You should be asking me what relationship I have with the underworld emperor. Yinzhen said coldly. Yifan was shocked. He had always felt that the sea of reincarnation was a bit similar to the underworld world. Now it was proven. He couldn't help but stare at the other party, wishing to see through him. Hong. The sea of blood was boundless. That gate descended, surrounding Yifan, about to devour him inside. Yifan was fearless. His arms unfolded, his fists shining resplendently. Strand after strand of immortal essence flowed out, raising his Dao laws to a higher level, shattering heaven and earth. Yifan entered the door and smashed his fist forward. He was courageous and invincible. At this moment, his mind was highly concentrated, and he relied on his fists to shatter heaven and earth. The gate of reincarnation trembled violently as it endured Yifan's heavy blow. However, it didn't collapse in the end. In the end, when Yifan's fist was on the verge of igniting, a heaven-collapsing, earth-rending explosion rang out. The sea of blood surged and the gate of reincarnation collapsed. This place was in ruins. Yifan stood tall as he charged out. Back then, after the Dark Lord established the underworld, he once sought me out to discuss the Dao, Yinzhen said. This news was extremely shocking. Yifan was shocked. This was definitely an antique that couldn't be any older. Later on, many people thought that I died, but they didn't know that I changed my identity and entered the sea of reincarnation. Ah, the glorious years of youth. It truly makes one reminisce. He said softly. He was originally a demonic godlike person, but now he was like this. He was a bit absent-minded as he reminisced about the past. It was truly astonishing. Yifan knew that this was an ancient sovereign, one of the 9 great celestial beings. He was a legendary figure, and his origins were astonishing. The longevity celestial being thought that he was the most ancient old fellow that had survived, but there was another person in the sea of reincarnation who had changed his identity and similarly didn't die. Which one of the 9 great celestial beings are you? Yifan asked. What do you think? Yinzhen laughed. The true names of the 9 supremes weren't as resounding and glorious as their titles of the past. I don't care who you are. Since you're an enemy, I'll kill you all the same. Yifan shouted coldly. You have ambition. Yinzhen nodded. His voice was low, calm and unhurried. Yifan discovered that these ancient tablets were very strange. They covered the heaven and earth and cut off the aura of this place. Their conversation was also concealed and didn't leak out. At this time, Yinzhen's gaze was very strange. He stared at Chu Feng's body again and again, revealing a strange radiance that was somewhat terrifying. You were the most special when you attacked that day. You chased me endlessly. It seems like there's a reason. Yifan looked him in the eye, wanting to see through his soul. I've read through the Emperor of the Underworld scriptures and obtained many inspirations. I changed my identity because I changed my body and part of my primordial spirit. Now I can no longer be considered a pure me. Yinzhen laughed. No matter how you looked at it, it was a bit frightening. His snow-white teeth flickered with cold light, and his eyes flickered with silver light. What do you mean? Yifan asked. The two stopped fighting and confronted each other. The Dao laws and other things were accumulating, and an earth-shattering attack could erupt at any time. I went into seclusion during the legendary era. In the future, I encountered someone who was about to achieve the Dao. He was just as world-shaking as you when you crossed tribulation. He almost stepped into the imperial domain, and I replaced him. Yinzhen said. His voice wasn't loud, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. However, it made others shiver in fear. It was actually this terrifying. He seized someone's natural luck. In that era, he sublimated to the extreme, suppressing that person from achieving the Dao and seizing that person's body. His primordial spirit also merged with that person, becoming the current him. You are a monster. You can say that. That person was digested by me, and the majority of the merged primordial spirit is mine. Yin Zhen said. This could also be considered a type of longevity method. It was just as strange as the Emperor of the Underworld's extreme rebirth, a bit sinister and terrifying. You're targeting me now? Correct. I feel like you can prolong my life. Back then, there were so many people present, so I could only continuously attack you. Now, it seems like I can stake my life on the line. You're not bad. Yin Zhen said. Do you think you can seize my body and merge with my primordial spirit? Yi Fan sneered. How would I know if I don't try? Either way, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. If I succeed, I'll have a new lease on life. If I fail, won't I just die? It's not that big of a deal. Yin Zhen said calmly. You predicted that I would come looking for you, so you've already made preparations? Yi Fan asked. Not really. I was quite hesitant inside. If you didn't force me, I might have stayed hidden for a period of time, waiting for you to try and become an emperor before coming to look for you. Yin Zhen said with a smile. He had lived for so long. Even though he hoped for longevity, he didn't fear death that much. He had experienced too much. Then it's better if you die today. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He attacked with all of his strength. Endless divine splendor erupted, releasing the most dazzling radiance. He stood in the divine forbidden domain, brandishing the heavenly emperor fist and rushing forward. His strength quickly increased, reaching a horrifying level. An imperial aura pervaded the air. Challenging a great emperor wasn't just for show. This place flourished with brilliance. Many monuments exploded, unable to endure this type of pressure any longer. However, the monument engravings remained undying, turning into natural laws, interweaving here. The most intense great battle erupted between the two. This battle shocked heaven and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. Everyone in the cosmos was shocked, but there wasn't a single creature that didn't tremble. The imperial aura was too terrifying. This type of battle was rarely seen since ancient times. The divine forbidden domain is the basic accomplishment of a great emperor. It isn't much. Yin Zhen said. He similarly advanced to this domain, fighting against Yi Fan. Hong. Yi Fan displayed irregular scenes. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers appeared around him. Immortal kings descended from the 9 heavens. All types of chaotic scenes appeared densely, interweaving into a chaotic world, about to swallow Yin Zhen inside. They fought intensely. All of the imperial Dao laws formed from the monument engravings entered, shattered, turning into the most fundamental immortal light, rushing in all directions. Hurry up and sublimate. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Yi Fan said. You don't need to worry about me. The most wonderful moment will come. Even though Yin Zhen spoke like this, he didn't act carelessly at all. He used all of his methods, even his weapon being blasted out. The precious vase in Yin Zhen's hand shone. The silver sea that was sucked and rushed out like endless immortal essence, containing the most powerful great Dao laws, aiming to kill Yi Fan. That was the sea of reincarnation, an extremely terrifying type of substance. Come. Yin Zhen released a great roar, his entire body shining. He was summoning a type of miraculous thing that flew over from the northern Dipper star domain. That was a sparkling and translucent little lake. It rose from the shattered sacred cliff, quickly rushing into the heavens, and then entering the cosmos. Reincarnation Lake. Could it be that the underworld emperor has appeared? No, it's that person fighting in the cosmos who is summoning it. He can't be the underworld emperor. At this moment, even the people in the life-restricted region were shocked. The little lake was sparkling and translucent. It entered the cosmos battlefield, and then merged with the reincarnation sea, immediately becoming different. It was as if it could reflect the past and present, making one lose themselves. This is something left behind by the underworld emperor during his transformation. I've seen his ancient scriptures before, so I'll borrow it today, Yin Zhen said. Yi Fan was shocked. He had naturally seen this little lake before. Back then, the old madman and little Nan Nan had both stared blankly before this lake, and little Nan Nan had even seen a corner of the future because of it. the reincarnation lake, was actually left behind by the underworld emperor. This was the first time Yi Fan had heard of this. There were 3 incomparably strange and mysterious things in this world: the reincarnation lake, the soul pond, and the flying immortal waterfall. In fact, they were all products left behind by supreme beings for the sake of longevity. Yi Fan had already seen 2 of them, but he didn't really understand their wondrous uses. The sparkling and translucent lake water fell into the sea, giving the entire sea a soul. It submerged Yi Fan, wanting to reflect his past and present lives. "Enjoy it to your heart's content," Yin Zhen said. Even he wouldn't immerse himself in this kind of thing, because it was too strange. It might reflect the future, but it might also cause all kinds of unexpected events. Even the underworld emperor abandoned it after his transformation. "Kill!" Yi Fan roared. He also didn't want to touch this kind of thing. Karma and the future were things that couldn't be explained clearly. He only believed in the present. He smashed out with his fist, wanting to completely shatter it. The great battle erupted, and they fought with no thought of personal safety. Yi Fan rushed about in the reincarnation sea, stirring up boundless waves. His phenomena fused into one, blocking this kind of thing, not letting a single drop of it come into contact with. Meanwhile, his arms spread out, his hands continuously forming seals. The tips of his fingers evolved the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the myriad heavens and realms. He was like a god, pushing these celestial bodies to move, splitting the heavens and earth. Yi Fan used his supreme divine ability to open up small worlds here, one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were over 1,000 of them, and then they all exploded. Boom! 1,000 small worlds shattered, and the reincarnation sea was blasted dry. The water droplets rushed to all parts of the cosmos. Boom! Yun Zhen held the immortal tear emerald bottle with both hands, aiming it at Yi Fan. That place erupted with the most resplendent light. It was the ultimate Emperor Dao laws, simply like the end of the world. The myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down. Tens of thousands of spirits appeared on the walls of the cauldron, and the inside of the cauldron was filled with primal chaos. It was like an immortal realm was suppressing over. Boom! Resplendent light burst forth, and terrifying Emperor Dao laws blasted out. This place was annihilated, and destruction became the main theme. Which one of the 9 great celestial being are you? If you don't sublimate, you won't have a chance anymore. Yi Fan spoke. I'm afraid that once I sublimate and recreate the might of the past, I will shock many people. Some people will be afraid. Yin Zhen spoke, his eyes flashing. Kill! Yi Fan roared. And at this moment, Yin Zhen's aura changed. The space between his brows shone resplendently, and his entire body shone. He began to change to the extreme, wanting to recreate the might of the past, and his true identity was about to surface. Chapter 1750. The aura of a supreme being's sublimation spread, immediately becoming many times more terrifying. Yi Fan's eyes erupted with light. This was the moment. He quickly activated the cauldron, frantically increasing his own strength. When an ancient supreme being severed his own blade, if he wanted to recover to his peak, he had to sublimate himself to the extreme. During this process, there was a flaw that could be overlooked that would appear. This was something Yi Fan had always been pondering over. Recently, he had been bitterly thinking and deducing. That opportunity was hard to grasp, but it wasn't impossible to seize. It was theoretically feasible. Over the years, while he was comprehending the Tao, he had practically exhausted all of his mental and physical strength. In the 100 years that had passed, in that state of comprehension that felt like 10,000 years, he had been constantly deducing and spending endless effort just to thoroughly study that fighter jet. Today, ever since the battle began, he had always been preparing. He stood in the divine restricted domain, operating the all-secret, calmly waiting. The instant the opportunity appeared, his attack power increased tenfold. Emperor Dao laws surging. This heaven and earth seemed like it was going to collapse, not becoming a world, not becoming a cosmos. It first turned into a black hole, and then into a land of primal chaos. Terrifying auras flowed about, natural laws destroying the world. Yi Fan took action ruthlessly, striking towards the person in front of him. It immediately became 10 times more terrifying. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. A green true dragon flew out from the cauldron wall, massive and ferocious. Its enormous body coiled about the cosmos, rushing towards the immortal tears, green gold bottle, and Yin General. Meanwhile, this was only one corner. All types of deities in immortal domain appeared. Endless radiance filled the cosmos. There was an immortal phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens, a fierce tiger pouncing on the starry river, as well as a black tortoise surging in the cosmos sea. Immortal spirits were endless, appearing one after another, colliding with the resplendent radiance in front of them. The most terrifying energy storm erupted, the entire great cosmos trembling. Yin Zhen roared out. He knew that a weakness would appear in the instant of sublimation. When advancing at full force, his defensive power would drop to the lowest, not allowing others to interrupt him. However, he didn't believe that Yi Fan would notice it. However, now his expression changed. Everything happened just too suddenly, coming this quickly. Yi Fan accurately seized this opening, throwing himself over like a desolate beast. Heaven and earth shook. The expressions of the supreme beings in the great restricted regions all changed. All spirits in the cauldron transformation immortal domain roared. The true dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, flying serpent, and others pounced over to tear him apart. Meanwhile, at the very center was Yi Fan's original body. He turned into a celestial emperor, surrounded by an azure dragon and set off by a divine phoenix. He was tall and imposing, impossible to look up to as he slaughtered over domineeringly just like that. These original attacks' power were overlaid tenfold. This was an extreme attack. Everyone was shocked, including the unmatched existences in the life-restricted region. Boom. A peerless collision erupted. The myriad chi cauldron and the immortal tear green golden bottle collided, annihilating space-time. The celestial domain collided with the great Tao divine bottle. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's fist smashed into Yin Zhen's body. This was simply a fatal blow. In this fleeting moment, Yi Fan seized the opportunity. Yin Zhen roared in rage, and was flung through the air. The bones in his chest broke as blood splattered everywhere. Also, the center of his brows was grazed by another emperor's fist, shattering his skull. That sublimated primordial spirit felt like it was doused with oil, burning fiercely. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yin Zhen was killed just like that? Even his primordial spirit was ignited. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled as the starry sky trembled. Yi Fan's ultimate attacks were unleashed one after another. It was impossible for him to stop just like that. This was merely the beginning. He soared through the air like a shooting star, swift and violent. With a lift of his hand, the wind and clouds changed, the colors of the universe changed. His right hand transformed into the Grand Sovereign Sword while his left hand transformed into the Void Mirror. Yi Fan's right hand chopped down with indomitable might. The great dragon blade slashed apart the universe, almost cleaving Yin Zhen's body into two as a mist of blood erupted. The Void Mirror in Yi Fan's left hand soared through the air. The mirror light was like divine light, shining on Yin Zhen's immortal foundation, wanting to cripple his primordial spirit and turn it into ashes. At the same time, he executed the 8 steps Tao annihilation divine art he created. Every time his foot landed, 1,000 minor worlds would be created, colliding together and exploding. Primal chaos gushed forth as immortal light flashed. There was nothing more resplendent than this in the world. Yi Fan seized the initiative and showed no mercy. His attacks rained down on Yin Zhen one after another. A manifestation appeared. This time around, it wasn't a heavenly emperor's body but a small world of primal chaos, wanting to trap Yin Zhen within and grind him to pieces. Die. Yi Fan had completely gone crazy. He unleashed his manifestation and opened his heavenly immortal eyes, shooting out beams of auspicious light that slashed at Yin Zhen's primordial spirit. Yin Zhen suffered a heavy blow. Even though he had an emperor's body, his body was still badly mutilated as his blood dyed the sky red. But one couldn't help but say that an emperor's body was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as a grand completion saint physique, with unparalleled physical attacks, still wasn't able to completely destroy Yin General, because an emperor's body possessed an incomparable regenerative ability. His chest that was pierced through and his forehead that was shattered would automatically heal as immortal light shone in all directions. Yi Fan howled madly, unleashing all sorts of secret arts. His magical energy was boundless, all of them used on his opponent's body. There was no attack more tyrannical than this. Yunjin suffered a calamity, undergoing a transformation. He was in the most dangerous situation, causing his primordial spirit to seethe, wanting to make the final leap. Yet at this instant, so many unexpected things actually happened. Boom! Yi Fan's attacks became even more violent, displaying unrivaled divine might. He smashed his opponent's body into pieces, causing blood to splatter everywhere. There was even a fist-sized hole in his opponent's head. However, Yunjin reformed again. Everything happened in an instant, so fast that no one could react. Because this type of opportunity was fleeting in the blink of an eye, it was just a tiny dot in the midst of time fragments. Even for experts of this level, it was extremely difficult to catch it. Ah! Yunjin cried out loudly. His already tattered body flew out, breaking free from Yi Fan's vision. His flesh and primordial spirit burned as he tore apart the universe to escape the pursuit. He suffered a great loss in the first round, but in the end, he was able to break free from the rhythm of the battle. At this moment, the world was silent. Yunjin stood there covered in blood, but he didn't erupt in anger or roar. His expression was as cold as a glacier as he restored himself to the calmest state. Everyone in the cosmos was shocked. The scene just now was too terrifying. Yi Fan actually suppressed an Emperor Dao expert and beat him up, almost destroying the other party, shattering his flesh and cutting apart his primordial spirit. This result was too terrifying, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Even the existences in the Big Dipper restricted zone were silent. Each and every one of them stared at this place through the eternal void, wanting to find out the truth. The process of the battle just now was a wake-up call for them. They really couldn't be careless. In the process of extreme sublimation, such a small flaw could actually bring about a fatal disaster. Everyone sank into contemplation. This flaw must be plugged, otherwise it would be too unjust to be killed like this. Just a little bit more, and he would have beaten an Emperor Realm ancient deity to death. Yes, he's about to succeed. It's too terrifying. He's suppressing a Supreme Emperor Dao expert. His great perfection saint physique is no joke after all. At this moment the clouds moved in all directions. Everyone was stunned. This result was too shocking. Yunjin almost suffered a great calamity earlier. I've underestimated you. You are ruthless and strong enough, grasping the opportunity very accurately. Sadly, you were still lacking by a little bit. Yunjin spoke, his tone as cold as ice. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's take it slow. Yi Fan calmly spoke. Yunjin's recovery speed was astonishing. This was an unrivaled emperor physique. He didn't need to do anything intentionally, and the injuries he suffered had already disappeared. His body glowed with a treasured light as he recovered. The flames of his primordial spirit towered up into the sky, not extinguished. This was done intentionally, wanting to sublimate to the extreme, wanting to make the final leap from immortal foundation. It wasn't like what many people guessed, that his primordial spirit was damaged and could no longer be preserved. Yunjin turned the immortal tear green gold bottle upside down, pouring out a drop of crystalline liquid that shone with 7-colored immortal light. This is the final drop of 9 revolutions immortal liquid. Yunjin sighed and swallowed it. Although he looked fine on the surface, his origin chi was still injured. The ultimate battle erupted. The two of them rushed together, fighting to the death, causing the boundless universe to tremble as fragments of time flew in all directions. In the following battle, Yi Fan acted several times to disturb Yunjin, causing him to fail in his sublimation. However, it was difficult for him to injure Yunjin like the first time. Yunjin was prepared and didn't give Qin Wentian a chance. The final hole was filled up. The final result was unavoidable. Yunjin succeeded in his sublimation. At this moment, the aura of the great Tao covered the sky, boundlessly resplendent, illuminating the entire universe. Yi Fan encountered the most terrifying battle in his life. He could only go all out. There was no path of retreat in this battle. He could only succeed. Without a doubt, the secret of all had been operating throughout the entire process. At this realm, the success rate of triggering it was extremely high, and it could last for a long time. This made Yi Fan strong to the peak of his life. He wasn't a true cultivator and there were still flaws. However, when he went through the tribulation that day, he had probed more than half of his body. At this time, with the secret of all, his battle prowess increased tenfold, and he could fight against the ancient emperor Yun. General, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and gods howled. This process was extremely tragic. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's body was shattered several times. He was beaten into a bloody mist by Yun Zhen, and his broken bones were like gravel. It was a tragic sight to behold. A true great emperor was unstoppable. Even though he was old, he was still invincible under the heavens. Yi Fan roared and fought back fiercely. He used all kinds of secret techniques, attacked with the fighting formula, and complemented by the power of the flying celestial. His battle prowess was increased tenfold, and he shattered his opponent several times. Every time Yi Fan's secret of all lost its effect, it was the most dangerous moment for him. Most of the tragic results of being torn into pieces by the emperor's body happened at this time, and it was extremely bloody. This battle was the most bitter one that Yi Fan had ever experienced. He fought fiercely for more than 10,000 moves, and he was on the verge of death on several occasions. Of course, his opponent was also in big trouble. He was shattered several times by Yi Fan, and even his soul was almost caught in his hands. He quickly escaped. What surprised Yi Fan was that his opponent was still using other people's secret techniques to conceal himself, and he didn't want to expose himself. In this bloody battle, Yi Fan deeply felt the terror of the great emperor. The divine physique could only be used to challenge the emperor, and strictly speaking, he would die in battle in the end. And he also understood the heaven-defying nature of the secret of all. It was the existence of this secret that allowed him to fight until now. It was the foundation of his powerful conquest against the ancient emperor. Otherwise, he might really be in danger. The venerable emperor's secret of all is indeed peerless, but it doesn't mean that he is invincible. Yun Zhen said. His whole body emitted a strange light, and the aura of the 9 secrets exploded. What? Yi Fan was shocked. The secret of all of the 9 secrets was created by the venerable emperor? No wonder it was so heaven-defying. The last of the 9 great celestial being changed his title to Venerable Emperor after his second reincarnation. Not many people in the world know about this, but as someone from the era of legends, how could I not know? Yun Zhen said coldly. His whole body emitted light, and a terrifying aura burst out. Divine patterns were imprinted all over the universe. Yi Fan immediately knew which secret it was. He was extremely shocked, and his expression was extremely solemn. I really don't want to be exposed, Yun Zhen said to himself. Among the 7 great forbidden areas, 2 ancient places exploded with terrifying auras. Light beams shocked the sky, and the universe shook. Terrifying sounds were heard. It's you and you're still alive. I have a debt to settle with you. When I achieved enlightenment, it was you who came to steal my fortune. Who would have thought that you're still alive? The voice from the forbidden areas made all the powerful races in the universe tremble. Chapter 1751. Yun Zhen shone, and the space around him twisted. A strange power appeared around him, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Qi. An unimaginable fluctuation rushed over, exceeding the world's extreme speed. With a pu sound, Yi Fan exploded, blasted into pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. That was actually Yun Heng's true body. His divine speed was unparalleled, and it was he who broke through the common sense of the universe. He was unparalleled in this world, affecting the stability of space and time. Just now, his speed was powerful to an incomprehensible level. The supreme beings in the great restricted regions all sucked in a cold breath of air. He was the celestial being who established the movement character secret. Yet he was actually still alive. A streak of light rushed into the heavens from the restricted region. There were 2 individuals who recognized him, having a great grudge against him. Back then, when they were crossing tribulation to become emperors, they had suffered attacks. This person wanted to seize their Tao fruits. The unfettered celestial being was an ancient existence that moved unhindered throughout the age of legends. He was invincible, and was known to be able to break through time and seek immortality. A figure like this should have died a long time ago. Yet today he appeared in his true body, leaving everyone shocked. They couldn't understand. Wasn't it rumored that he had long died in meditation? Although the two Emperor Pathmasters in the restricted area were furious, they did not come out. They were watching, hoping that Yi Fan and this person would perish together. The unfettered celestial being created the path's secret art, and it was unparalleled in the world. It was said that once one stepped into the domain of time, one could change the flow of time, recover one's youth, and increase one's lifespan. In the end, it was still proven that it could affect time, but it still couldn't change one's body. Yi Fan reconstructed his true body. He had a great accomplishment, Saint Physique, and half of his body had entered the realm of achieving Tao. Naturally, his recovery ability was amazing. In addition, he had mastered the being character formula, so he could almost recover to his original state in a single thought. It's useless. Everything will be useless against my secret character of Xing. Not even the secret character of Jia and the secret character of Zhe will work. If you force me to reveal my true form, you will only be walking on a path of no return, Yunzhen said. He was extremely confident in his divine law, and he didn't even take the divine skills of venerable sovereigns seriously. He looked down on the world, showing the arrogance and strength that a celestial being should have. Boom! Yunzhen attacked once more, surpassing the speed of light. Time became chaotic, and it was impossible to see his figure. Pooh! Yi Fan's body exploded. Half of his body was blasted apart. He couldn't defend himself at all. That kind of speed was shocking. So powerful. Yi Fan sighed. He was truly impressed by the other party's profound mysteries. In this domain, the other party was definitely the number one since ancient times. No one could compare to him. Yi Fan's entire body glowed as he activated the secret art of travel to counter his opponent's secret technique. At the same time, with the enhancement of the secret art of all, his speed increased tenfold. When this happened, the universe collapsed, no longer stable, because there really was time power surging, seriously affected. Buzz! After an intense collision, Yi Fan was once again sent flying. A terrifying bloody hole appeared on his right shoulder, and the left half of his body had been turned into a bloody pulp. You want to fight me in my domain? Even if you have the all-secret character, it won't work. My Tao has reached a certain level, so I don't need any additional power. Yunzhen said coldly. This was his method of becoming an emperor, so he had the qualifications to say this. No one was faster than him, and he was number one since ancient times. His research on the secret art of travel had long reached the heavens. Yi Fan didn't reply. Several secret techniques were activated at the same time, and the injuries on his body were all healed. His expression was incomparably serious as he walked forward step by step, confronting his opponent. However, in the following tens of clashes, Yi Fan's body was always covered in blood, and he suffered serious injuries again and again. He couldn't avoid his opponent's attacks at all. That kind of speed was incomparable, and no one in this world could evade it. If you can't, then you can. In this domain, all great emperors and celestial beings have to lower their heads to me, said Yunzhen. His hair was thick, and his silver pupils flowed with divine splendor. His sleeves fluttered, and he was indescribably aloof. In the past, he was called the unfettered celestial being, and there was naturally a reason for this. Because his speed was godly, others couldn't injure him, and it was rare for him to be in a difficult situation. Wang. The source energy of all things appeared. Yi Fan protected himself with the cauldron, releasing strand after strand of source energy. There were even 10,000 spirits that appeared. The Kuanpeng, vermilion bird, heavenly dragon, and others circled around him, filling the cosmos and protecting him at the center. This cauldron isn't bad. If I merge it with my precious vase, it will become even more perfect. It won't be an issue for it to become an immortal artifact, said Yunzhen. He stared at the weapon above Yi Fan's head. Let's see if you have the life to take it. Yi Fan said. Yunzhen laughed and said, the cauldron is mine, and even your flesh and primordial spirit are mine. When he finished speaking, his expression became extremely cold, and he had already sublimated to the extreme. After this battle, it would be difficult for him to make it through the endless years. Only by seizing Yi Fan's natural luck could he extend his life. The great battle continued. The unfettered celestial being was like a dragon rising and a phoenix descending, moving arrogantly. Every time he took action, he was extremely confident and at ease, but at the crucial moment, he would always vanish. It was just too fast. Every single strike of his was destructive. His speed reached the limit, and when divine force was released, the power was matchless. As expected, there was an unmatched power. This type of method made even the ancient supreme beings in the restricted regions feel incomparable restraining fear. Dang. He struck the cauldron several times, leaving behind streak after streak of finger imprints, almost piercing through the cauldron. If it wasn't for the fact that it was an all-life source energy cauldron, it would have definitely turned into dust. He relied on his incomparable divine speed to break through the defense of the all-life source energy, and then his attacks arrived in front of Yi Fan, almost making him suffer a disaster several times. Yi Fan increased his speed again, using the soldier secret to restrict the unfettered celestial being. He used the fighting secret to attack, and the attainment secret to increase his speed. He used all of his power to fight a great battle against Yin General. This was an intense great collision rarely seen since ancient times. Yin Gen sublimated, equivalent to a great emperor taking action. Yi Fan didn't die after fighting him for so long, proving just how powerful he was. Yi Fan spat out blood once again as he was sent flying. This time, he was hit by the opponent's Emerald Aquarius bottle. Then he was pressed down by the opponent's palm. His body split into pieces, and his saint blood splattered like rain. Do you think the more divine arts you know, the better? If you don't master them, you will never be able to touch the highest realm. Yin Zhen sneered. Every cultivator who achieves Tao sublimates in an extreme realm, reaching the highest realm. It's not that learning more is good, it will only distract you, and in the end, you won't be able to learn anything. The unfettered celestial being said while attacking. He looked down at Yi Fan with a hint of ridicule. In this world, he was probably the only one who dared to criticize Yi Fan's gains and losses, as if he was teaching a junior a lesson. You said it yourself, everyone's Tao is different. How do you know that my cultivation won't work? Yi Fan was unmoved, and his gaze became even more resolute. Boom. Yi Fan suddenly activated his phenomenon to fight against the unfettered celestial being. He wanted to pull his opponent into his own chaotic realm and dissolve the latter's speed attack. And it worked. The phenomenon expanded, making it difficult for Yin Zhen to enter. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and his speed was limited. Kill. Yi Fan's eyes burst with divine light as he punched forward with his celestial Varch fist. He did not doubt his battle prowess. The only thing he was wary of was his opponent's speed. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally had to use all his methods and fight with all his might. Boom. Then a terrifying sound rang out. Yin Zhen disappeared from where he stood, and a strange light shot towards Yi Fan's head. Without a doubt, it was another godly speed, and this time, it was even more terrifying than before. Yi Fan immediately sank his cauldron and covered himself with it. Then his entire body lit up, and a powerful aura burst out to block the attack. Clang. The cauldron shook, and cracks appeared all over it. Yi Fan attacked with his celestial Varch fist and hit a ray of flowing light. Although it was dispersed, many wrinkles appeared on his fist as if it had aged a lot. This made him gasp. This was the power of time. His opponent had used the line secret art to its limit, and had indeed stepped into the realm of time to attack him. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. He realized that his opponent's words were not without reason. When a secret art reached its limit, it would truly be invincible. There was no need for anything else. With a rumble, the unfettered celestial being spread his arms like an immortal phoenix spreading its wings, or a divine ape jumping up and down. Boundless waves of Tao shot out, all of which contained the power of time. This was his trump card. Yi Fan understood that his opponent did not want to wait any longer. At this moment, he had launched his most terrifying attack. If he could not block it, it would truly end tragically. The line secret art was so terrifying that no outsider could reach its limit. Since ancient times, only the unfettered celestial being could reach the acme of perfection and connect with immortals. Boom! Yi Fan shook the cauldron out. Tens of thousands of spirits danced in the air. Dragons, phoenixes, kunpangs, white tigers, and others covered the sky and earth, drowning the universe. Many great stars directly collapsed. However, at this moment, something horrifying happened. When the tens of thousands of spirits encountered those waves of Tao, they all silently aged. In the end, their flesh and blood dried up, turning into dried bones as they died of old age. In the universe, all the major races felt their scalps go numb. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? He could really control time. The unfettered celestial being was indeed terrifying. No wonder he was so conceited. "Break!" shouted Yifan. He did not break any of the 9 secret arts, and was still using them. At the same time, his right hand suddenly pulled and displayed the Wuxia secret art. He struck everything back to its original point and forcefully interrupted his opponent's technique. Boom! The unfettered celestial being staggered. Although the power of time did not completely dissipate, it was stagnant and almost interrupted. Yifan roared. His peerless attack power surged forward. Moreover, he reached out and grabbed an endless river of stars. Countless great stars smashed down like raindrops. Boom! The power of time was scattered and rushed in all directions. Many great stars exploded. You know quite a lot of secret arts, but you still can't stop this celestial being, shouted Yunzhen coldly. However, he was alarmed. Yifan had many secret arts, and all of them were very shocking. If he continued to evolve, he would definitely be a threat to him. He stood in the eternal body and displayed the Rho formula to the extreme. He attacked again, and this time, the power of time was even more majestic. He wanted to finish off Yifan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yifan used more secret arts, but this time, the main secret art was different. It was imitating vicious myriad divine transformation art. It turned all mysteries into decay and effectively stopped the flow of time. The unfettered celestial being's power of time was disrupted, and it was not as smooth as before. "Let's see what other tricks you have," shouted Yin General. The two fought fiercely for another hour. Yifan was hit several times, and his body exploded. The power of time had caused great damage to him. If it wasn't for his peerless saint blood that quickly washed away the strange power, he might have died. The fierce battle reached the end. Yifan's entire body was burning. He used all of his secret arts, and the universe was boiling. The scriptures in his body were unceasing. All kinds of profound meanings were displayed, forming a sea of laws and secret arts. Even the vision was reflected in the sky. The unfettered celestial being's expression changed. He felt that something was wrong. As Yifan risked his life, even though his blood splashed and his body exploded from time to time, he didn't weaken. Instead, he was undergoing some kind of terrifying transformation. The laws around Yifan interweaved, and the scriptures formed dense runes. In addition to the vision, he seemed to be wrapped inside a cauldron. He was like a metamorphosed divine fetus. The 100 scriptures nurtured by the furnace. "You want to use me to transform? How dare you?" shouted Yunzhen angrily. He finally understood the other party's Tao. This young enemy was too bold. His body had been shattered many times, and he could die at any time, but he still wanted to comprehend the Tao and break through in this kind of situation. The 100 scriptures nurtured by the furnace, all kinds of methods burst forth, and all kinds of immortal light fused. The area around Yifan became a land of primal chaos, and he became the one that was about to transcend. This was the path he wanted to open. At this time, boundless primal chaos immortal light danced and wrapped around him. At the end of the evolution, could it be that he's going to become a primal chaos body? Yunzhen was shocked. He roared and rushed forward. Chapter 1752. Yunzhen slaughtered his way through the cosmos, displaying the secret character of line to its extreme. His entire body was sparkling and resplendent, his feather clothes fluttering in the wind. He was like a war immortal that was going to hack apart the enemy in front of him. 10,000 methods curled up here, Tao ripples boundless. Yifan was wrapped up by the dazzling divine chains of order, making him look like a great cocoon. Divine splendor poured down like rain, light beams filling the sky. At this moment, the natural laws of heaven and earth turned into tangible chains. Multicolored lights shone brilliantly, 10 different colors appeared at the same time. Multicolored lights overflowed. Dense mists pervading the air, appearing brilliant and illusory. These laws of order were like molten metal, flowing within the blazing radiance, wrapping around Yi Fan, forming a cauldron and furnace, nurturing him within. The unfettered celestial being attacked several times. Even though it made Yi Fan cough out large mouthfuls of blood, it didn't shatter him to pieces again. This made his expression change. On the contrary, Yi Fan, in a desperate counterattack, danced through the 9 heavens, all types of blazing divine chains shooting out, blasting Yunzhen's body full of holes, causing him to explode once. You truly surprised me, actually able to fight against me. If not for this poor Taoist's immortal shocking speed, this time, I really might have died under your hands, said Yun General. He stopped, standing in the distance, watching Yi Fan in the cauldron. His eyes were indescribable, and then he took a deep breath of innate essence. Just this action alone made countless stellar rivers in the cosmos dim, all of them turning into immortal essence, entering his body. The great races of the cosmos were all overwhelmed with shock. At this cultivation realm, what they took in and spat out was the star domain's most fundamental essence. If they intentionally did this, it would truly be a great disaster. The unfettered celestial being extended his arms, continuously forming imprints, displaying secret techniques. This was a sublimation of the secret character of line, developing it to an incomprehensible level. One of his palms became sparkling and translucent. Then, with a violent shake, a magical imprint was formed, slapping towards Yi Fan's location. The divine light was dazzling, the auspicious brilliance astonishing. This was an astonishing streak of immortal light, flying out from his palm, directly entering the cauldron that resembled metal liquid, about to penetrate Yi Fan's body. Light of time. Not even the creatures in the life-restricted region could remain calm. A few cries of alarm sounded, clearly deeply shaken. This was a terrifying divine technique that could threaten them. This ray of light was not very thick, but it penetrated the liquid laws around Yi Fan, and was about to hit his body. Anything that involved time was absolutely heaven-defying. It was impossible for Yi Fan to touch it with his physical body. This kind of power was too strange. If he made the slightest mistake, he would lose a great deal of his lifespan. No one could afford that. With a light shout, the myriad chi cauldron flew down and stopped in front of him. The beam of light hit the cauldron with a loud clang. The wall of the cauldron was damaged and a hole appeared. In addition, the entire cauldron underwent a strange change. There was now a type of mottled color, as if it had been submerged in dust for tens of thousands of years. Traces of time covered it densely, making one's hair stand on end. What would happen if this hit a person's body? Everyone was shocked. The 9 great celestial beings were terrifying as expected. Every single one of them had reached the pinnacle of their own domain. No one could compare to them, and they were already close to immortals. The unfettered celestial being operated the power of time like this wasn't easy for him either. This was a heaven-defying action. Time and the passage of time were taboo, and his own consumption wasn't small either. After adjusting his breathing, his eyes became incomparably cold. After a short period of peace, Yunzhen roared loudly and suddenly went crazy. He was no longer as carefree and otherworldly as before. At this moment, he became an angry lion. His entire body shone resplendently as he attacked fiercely. From the tip of his finger, beam of light flew out one after another, turning into a blazing waterfall. It was as if a divine waterfall fell from the 9 heavens, and they all struck towards Yi Fan to destroy him. Light of time. Every beam of light contained this kind of power. At this point in the battle, Yunzhen used the forbidden divine ability. He didn't want to drag things out for too long, and he hoped to suppress Yi Fan in the shortest amount of time possible. Everywhere in the cosmos, it was deathly silent. Everyone was trembling. So much light of time danced about. Who could stop it? Yi Fan's expression had long changed. He activated the myriad energy cauldron and fiercely resisted. In just a short moment, more than 10 small holes appeared on his cauldron. It was extremely damaged, and the terrifying power of time densely covered it. It made the entire cauldron overflow with an ancient aura, as if it had been passed down from the primordial era. This was a bitter battle. During this time, Yi Fan spat out essence blood and turned into his own body. He used his blood body to die in place of his opponent several times. The existences in the forbidden region were all silent. Only after a long time did someone speak. The unfettered celestial being is terrifying indeed. He is worthy of being an expert from the legendary era. Even if we go out, we might suffer greatly. We might even die. Light of Time, a heaven-defying taboo power. It is truly difficult to deal with. It can even kill an imperial Tao expert. This was the ancient emperor's evaluation of Yun Zhen's battle prowess. One could imagine how terrifying he was. At the same time, it also showed how powerful Yi Fan was. He had resisted until now and still hadn't died. Passively taking a beating wasn't Yi Fan's style. He unleashed all kinds of techniques and almost went berserk. Immortal essence flowed out from every pore of his body as he released laws. Strange phenomena, 9 secrets, flying immortal power, Wuxia technique, celestial emperor fist. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a 1,000-armed ancient immortal. He fought until the heaven and earth shattered and returned to the primordial era. All kinds of light beams flew towards Yun. General murderous intent spread out, and the primal chaos overflowed, drowning this place. Even though the unfettered celestial being possessed extreme speed, he was still hit several times by the divine laws that filled the sky. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood as cracks appeared all over his body. He was seriously injured. This was a bitter battle. Yi Fan risked his life and was prepared to drag Yun Zhen down with him. His indomitable will to fight made the unfettered celestial being shudder. The more the young man fought, the more courageous he became. His eyes shone brighter and brighter. The chaotic cauldron was a serious threat to Yun. General the cauldron nurtured by the 100 scriptures actually began to refine Yun Zhen's light of time and gained defensive power. What kind of shocking change was this? When this happened, the unfettered celestial being's eyes widened. How was this possible? Nothing like this had ever happened since ancient times. Even if a venerable emperor came back to life, he could only suppress it with his absolute battle prowess. How could this be? Boom. The cauldron shone brightly. Yi Fan himself also felt this change. He discovered that all kinds of scriptures and techniques were beginning to fuse. Especially those secret techniques that could restrain the Xing character, such as the Wuxia scripture, which absorbed the power of the cauldron and pushed some of the light beams of time back to their original point. The same was true for the omni-deity art, which diluted Yun Zhen's brilliant light rain. Yi Fan understood. The cauldron nurtured by the 100 scriptures was developing the secret of the chaotic body. It could absorb all kinds of Tao and refine them into a cauldron, turning them into its own divine laws and power. Boom. This place was shattered. The galaxy of the universe was smashed into star ruins. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head was riddled with holes, but his eyes were blazing. He formed the seal of time with his left hand and the seal of universe with his right. He did his best to draw upon the power of the universe. Another shocking change occurred. The power of time gathered in Yi Fan's left hand, and the power of space surged in his right. On one side was the unfettered celestial being, and on the other side was the shattered void. He moved the heavens and moved the earth, taking in all of these. The 4 directions were called the universe, and from ancient times until now, they were called the universe. Yi Fan formed the seal of universe with his right hand to swallow the shattered void, and his left hand formed the seal of universe to draw upon the power of time. He let the 2 fuse, turning them into the God Law cauldron outside his body. All kinds of techniques boiled, and this place became more and more dazzling. The sea of divine power surged into the sky. Junior, how dare you use me? Yun Zhen was furious. The power of time wasn't that useful anymore. A part of it was absorbed by the sticky God Law swamp outside Yi Fan's body. This was mainly due to the great effects of the Wuxia technique, the omni-divine technique, and Yi Fan's seal of universe. They guided the God Law of time to join in, making this place seem like the creation of heaven and earth. All kinds of laws appeared, and the aura of primal chaos became denser and denser. In the end, the God Law cauldron outside Yi Fan's body actually began to transform into primal chaos, swallowing all kinds of techniques. The unfettered celestial being sucked in a breath of cold air. Was he really going to form the primal chaos body? He had speculated it the moment he saw it, and now it seemed to be true. Bewilderment came from the few restricted areas. The power of the bloodline of the primal chaos body was heaven-defying. Apart from the innate saint body, there was almost no one that could compare to it. Once it appeared, even the supreme beings would be afraid. All kinds of divine technique attacks were practically useless against it. It could swallow up the 8 desolates and contain all techniques in the universe. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the ancient supreme beings were no exception. The primal chaos body had appeared before in the legendary era. Before it had even achieved the Tao, it had already set off endless waves, shaking the world. Could it be that Yi Fan was really going to evolve into a primal chaos body? This was everyone's question. At this moment, they were incomparably shocked. The eyes of the ancient supreme beings in the restricted areas erupted with divine radiance. Yi Fan himself was also a bit puzzled. The furnace nurtured the 100 scriptures, so how did it transform to this step? He ultimately transcended in order to comprehend all methods. The primal chaos wasn't his Tao, so how could it be like this? Suddenly he was a bit horrified. He felt that something wasn't right. Not only did the 10,000 techniques merge and slowly turn into a primal chaos cauldron, even he himself was about to return to nothingness and turn back into primal chaos. This isn't my method. It wants to turn me into a part of the laws of heaven and earth. This isn't my Tao. He woke up with a start. His Tao was to transcend, to go against the flow and break free from the shackles of the entire universe. Ever since the immortal 3 severs of the Tao, this was already destined. The primal chaos wasn't his Tao. This was to make him return to this world and refine him into a part of the cosmos. I have to break free and transform from the extreme of the primal chaos. Otherwise, I'll destroy myself on this path sooner or later. Yi Fan came to a realization. However, right now he had to walk on this path and walk towards the primal chaos. He still hadn't reached the extreme of the path yet. This was a difficult immortal path. He could fall at every turn, and the slightest mistake would consign him to eternal damnation. Yi Fan's heart gradually calmed down. This was something that needed a long period of time to consider. He wasn't that anxious right now. He could draw closer to the primal chaos and walk towards it. Right now, this kind of dangerous transformation was the most effective method to deal with the unfettered celestial being. He held the immortal tears green gold vase in his hand and supported his own method. Blazing beams of light shot out one after another, drowning out Yi Fan. However, the effects were getting weaker and weaker. Gradually an hour passed. The unfettered celestial being was getting anxious. He didn't think that this battle would last for so long. His extreme sublimation had consumed too much energy, and he couldn't hold on for too long. At this time, he already couldn't gain the upper hand. The primal chaos furnace outside Yi Fan's body was becoming more and more solid. It absorbed the light of time, and was difficult to completely destroy. Even though Yi Fan's body was covered in wounds within the swamp of laws, and he had suffered heavy injuries time and time again in the past hour, even exploding along with the cocoon of light several times, he still managed to hold on. Yi Fan began to counterattack. The unfettered celestial being's extreme speed was useless against him. The chances of injuring him were getting fewer and fewer. Everyone sighed. At this point in the battle, everyone knew that Yi Fan had reversed the situation. Yin Zhen wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, and would undoubtedly be defeated. What a pity, I'm getting old. Otherwise, even if the primal chaos body came, I would still kill it without hesitation. The unfettered celestial being sighed. He couldn't hold on any longer. It was difficult to maintain his extreme sublimation state, and he was about to fall. Boom! Yi Fan rushed over with all methods. The primal chaos furnace trembled and smashed towards the unfettered celestial being. In this violent collision, Yin Zhen's body cracked and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying. Chasing the Tao, chasing the immortals, asking the heavens if it can be eternal, the long river of time, appear. The unfettered celestial being roared and light flooded the universe. This was his final attack, and the battle was about to end. Chapter 1753. A river appeared. At first it flowed slowly, but then it became rapid, surging and roaring as it rushed towards Yi Fan. The river of time. This wasn't a true river, but the embodiment of a type of law. The flowing aura of time covered the sky and earth, releasing tens of thousands of thunderous roars. Carefree celestial being fought with his life on the line. He could only release one last attack. This was the most dazzling moment of his life. He had reached the most powerful state with unparalleled offensive power. The brilliance drowned out the cosmos. No one could see clearly. At this moment, Yin Zhen used the river of time to slash not only Yi Fan, but also himself and the entire cosmos. He wanted to use the river of time to destroy this place and open up a path in the cosmos to communicate with the other world. This was the last heaven-defying attack. Boom! A world-shocking collision occurred. This place was covered in layers of mist. The immortal river surged and the primal chaos surged. When everything ended, Carefree celestial being staggered. His entire body was covered in blood, and the precious vase in his hand shattered. Tens of thousands of Tao wailed in the world. Everything was ruined and unrecognizable. He had failed in the end. He had created the line character and stepped into the domain of time, but in the end, he was defeated by this Tao law and killed by time. He released the final attack, injuring the enemy, splitting the sky, and also killing himself. Yi Fan's celestial emperor body formed from the phenomenon was obliterated by the river of time, turning his true body into withered bones. The primal chaos cauldron also decayed. His true body was sent flying and the energy cauldron was broken into pieces. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had avoided the attack of time, but he couldn't avoid the fluctuations of the unparalleled divine power. He suffered extremely serious injuries. His entire body was covered in blood, but just now, he had also released his most powerful attack. Tens of thousands of laws exploded and blasted into his opponent's body. Yi Fan knew that Carefree celestial being wouldn't be able to live much longer. Whether it was the slash of time or the primal chaos, they had both injured his primordial spirit. Yin Zhen was now old and didn't have the energy to defy the heavens. Hee hee ha ha. Carefree celestial being laughed towards the sky. His expression was complicated and his emotions were difficult to understand. The space between his brows had long split open and blood flowed out. At this moment, the river of time flowed in reverse and smashed into his body. Boom. He was incredibly old. His entire body's flesh withered up, turning into white bones. Time had worn him away. All of a sudden, he exploded and turned into space dust. A person who studied time was ultimately defeated in his own field. The great Tao of heaven and earth rumbled. Just now, all of the Tao was almost hacked apart, turning this place into a land of disaster. All of the stars turned into fine powder. Apart from Yi Fan and his weapon, there was nothing left. The curtains fell on this battle, and it ended in a way that shocked everyone, but also made them want to remain silent. The celestial being of a generation fell, turning into smoke, once again proving to the world that time was merciless. Even the most powerful supreme being would reach their end one day. Yi Fan was in the independent cosmos, absorbing the divine force storms of all directions to repair his body. He suffered heavy injuries, but his life wasn't in danger so he could recover. A celestial being had died, killed by Yi Fan in the cosmos. This was a super major event with far-reaching effects. After a moment of silence, the entire cosmos erupted with commotion. Yi Fan defied the law to attack the celestial being, and actually succeeded, establishing an immortal legend that shook the 10 wastelands. The cosmos was no longer calm, triggering a great commotion that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An unmatched expert shone with dazzling radiance, dazzling past and present. Yi Fan put away the fragments of the immortal tear-green golden vase and the dried branch, disappearing from this place. He appeared in another ancient region, and began to frantically devour spiritual essence to repair himself. Through the spell formation, through the eye of the formation, the cultivators who were observing him from many star fields away trembled and shouted out. Attacking a life-restricted region was something they didn't even dare think about in the past, but after this battle, the people of the world were shaken. Yi Fan's performance toppled their understanding. This was as if they had returned to that glorious and brilliant desolate era, where heroes emerged in large numbers. The people of the restricted regions became silent. Yi Fan rose up in this way, first killing the overlord body, and then killing the unfettered celestial being. How could they not feel restraining fear? This was a battle accomplishment that made them feel apprehensive. A supreme being who had ascended was still defeated. Everyone thought of themselves. What would they do if they had to face a divine body one day? Living in this kind of era made the people of the restricted regions feel extremely uncomfortable. Their lives were under threat. As existences of this level, when had they ever thought about their own safety like this because of a single person? This made them furious. In the void, Yi Fan sat cross-legged for several days. He finally recovered and didn't suffer any destructive injuries. With his current blood energy, treating serious injuries wasn't much. When Yi Fan opened his eyes again, electricity appeared in the void, and the cosmos trembled because of him. He comprehended quite a bit from this battle, experiencing the terror of Great Emperor Wuk. What he said isn't without reason. When a type of technique reaches its peak, it is enough to become unmatched under the heavens. If you focus on one domain, there will be a day when you will rise above the 9 heavens. Yi Fan said to himself. The other party entered the domain of time from the line secret art, reaching great heights, leaving him greatly shaken. Meanwhile, he cultivated many types of techniques, and wanting to cultivate all of them to the peak was easier said than done. However, everyone's path was different, and he wouldn't waver. He understood his own path, and he had to unswervingly continue down it. Several days later, Yi Fan returned to Big Dipper. His appearance caused a huge commotion. He came again. Could it be that he still wanted to enter the restricted region to fight against ancient supreme beings? Everyone was stupefied, all of them revealing looks of disbelief. As for the few restricted regions, the atmosphere was tense. There were cold gazes staring at them quietly. If Yi Fan really went too far, they naturally had to come out and fight. In the end, Yi Fan entered the great wasteland where the Sea of Reincarnation was. Only the mountain gate was left, and the true sea was gone. It had been razed to the ground. From this day forth, the Sea of Reincarnation will no longer exist in this world. Yi Fan's voice sounded, shaking the boundless great earth. His large hand reached out, turning this place into fine powder, making this life-restricted region, the Sea of Reincarnation, completely turn into the clouds and smoke of history, becoming a thing of the past, never to be seen again. Only now did the people of this world know that with the death of the unfettered celestial being, the Sea of Reincarnation was destroyed, not a single person left inside. A life-restricted region was gone just like that. The entire world was shocked. Wiping out a supreme being was shocking, but flattening a life-restricted region made everyone tremble even more. This was a magnificent feat since the dawn of time. Heavens, one of the 7 great life-restricted regions, actually disappeared all of a sudden, forever flattened. The great completion holy body Yi Fan really defied the heavens after all. The world was in an uproar. News spread to every region. This was an unimaginably glorious feat. The destruction of a restricted region truly had too great of an effect. Everyone knew that this wasn't the work of Yi Fan alone. During the ancient era, the Void Emperor fought all over the place, entering the Sea of Reincarnation more than once, personally killing 1 or 2 people. Meanwhile, during the darkness chaos 300 years ago, the Sea of Reincarnation also lost a supreme being. After more than 100,000 years of continuous deaths, only then did Yi Fan have a chance of flattening this place. It could be said that flattening a life-restricted region wasn't something a single generation could accomplish. This was the result of great emperors working together. This allowed everyone to see hope. The darkness chaos was too terrifying. If the remaining restricted regions only had 1 or 2 people left, then in the future, they might very well be flattened one after another. Just like this time, the Sea of Reincarnation disappeared, truly never appearing on Emperor Burial's star again. How many heroes were buried in the restricted regions? How many heroes' blood splashed across the ancient land? I hope they can be flattened in the end. This was the wish of many people. Yi Fan made a circle around Big Dipper. No one in the remaining restricted regions uttered a word. The restricted region heirs that were roaming outside all fled back to their families, not daring to appear again. Not long ago, they still wanted to unleash a great slaughter on the celestial court, wipe out Yi Fan's inheritance, but now they completely lost their temper, not daring to meet Yi Fan. only able to stay far away. Yi Fan restrained his own aura and walked about the great earth, walking through every great desolate land, searching for old memories. Unfortunately, the great rivers and mountains were preserved, but Gai Jiuyo, white-clothed divine king, and the others would never return. Yi Fan was emotional. He silently offered sacrifices in some old places, but he couldn't find any corpses. He could only reminisce in the places they roamed about when they were alive. Brother Yi, the Jade Lake Holy Lady appeared, her exceptional appearance carrying a complicated expression. She invited him into the Jade Lake. Not long ago, they were competitors of the same generation, but now, the other party was already a legendary figure who could fight against supreme beings. Yi Fan nodded and entered the Jade Lake, wanting to take a look at the Stone King. No matter how he calculated, the divine fetus should be born within 5,000 years. Now he was no longer afraid of this woman, regardless of whether she was good or evil. At the level of the holy body, Yi Fan was confident that he could suppress her. Oh, will she become a supreme woman in the future? Yi Fan stared at the 9 orifices divine fetus. Inside the sparkling strange stone sat a woman with her eyes closed. She was a bit afraid of his arrival, and her body trembled slightly. I hope to be able to fight alongside you in the future. A divine thought was transmitted from the stone as a reply. Yi Fan smiled, nodded, and didn't say anything. The news that Yi Fan had entered the Jade Lake spread throughout the Big Dipper, and the eastern wasteland was in an uproar. Many great powers were moved, and the masters of the great sects all moved to the Jade Lake to pay their respects. On this day, no one knew how many people came, and the Jade Lake's mountain gate was almost broken. If they weren't allowed to enter, many people would directly sit outside the mountain gate, unwilling to leave. Please allow us to have an audience with the master of the celestial court. Everyone longed to see the great holy body, and even the people of the same generation as Yi Fan in the past were like this. The people of the Jade Lake were in a difficult position. Now Yi Fan's status was very different, and he was someone who was at the same level as the ancient emperors. He couldn't be seen casually, and they were afraid of offending the great holy body. Yi Fan sighed softly. Time had changed a lot. In the past, the saintess of the Jade Lake could joke with him, but now it was like this. Not only this peerless saintess, but the others were also like this. They were in fear and trepidation towards him, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. This wasn't the result he wanted, but it couldn't change the fact that the ancient emperors were so high that everyone could only look up to them, and they didn't dare to blaspheme them. Yi Fan met everyone, and he even lectured for 3 days, dispelling everyone's doubts, discussing cultivation methods, and explaining the true meaning of the Great Path. During this period of time, quite a few people came from the outer realms. After hearing that he was lecturing here, many experts came with the heart of a saint. Yi Fan saw a few familiar people, such as the great Xia Prince Xia Yiming, the white-clothed little nun, and a young girl who resembled Princess Yu Dai. Only after asking did he find out that she was the porcelain doll he met in the past, Princess Yu Dai's child. My mother passed away during the darkness chaos. She sadly shed tears. When Yi Fan heard this, he sighed softly. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the Dao platform and lectured. Scriptures filled the sky, scattering down and turning into a large rain of light. Everyone was greatly moved, and they entered a state of Dao comprehension. Within the crowd, Feng Huang's expression was complicated. She was also listening from below. This realm was difficult to reach in this lifetime, and she could only sigh softly. Chapter 1754. Yi Fan lectured on scriptures and laws, expounding on the true meaning of the great Tao that existed in the world. He explained many wondrous principles and made many people feel enlightened and enlightened. For 7 whole days, Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the cliff. The Tao platform there emitted a precious radiance, and he looked dignified like a Buddha or a great demon. His chanting reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, making people unable to extricate themselves. Tao lotuses grew one after another in the void. Sparkling and translucent petals fell from the sky. Divine springs gurgled on the ground, and the entire jade pool was overflowing with light and color, drowned by the boundless energy of the Tao. Those who came to listen to the scriptures all benefited. Those who benefited greatly felt their hearts become empty, and directly comprehended the Tao, breaking through to another realm. Those who benefited less also comprehended secret arts and scriptures, deepening their understanding. This kind of accumulation was greatly beneficial to their future cultivation. This was the cultivation of a great completion saint physique. After several days of lecturing, a large group of people broke through. This trip was not in vain. Many people from the outer realms rushed over, filling up the empty space outside the Jade Lake. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Yi Fan's realm wasn't something they could look up to. He was truly high up above, comparable to the ancient emperors. Now that he had become a legendary expert, he could sweep through the cosmos for 100,000 years. At the end of the 7th day, Yi Fan stopped lecturing. A group of people came to greet him. Looking at the familiar faces and their respectful gazes, he knew that some things had changed with the passage of time. It would be difficult to return to the past. Even friends like the Xia Prince and the Jade Lake Saintess were very strict with him. This was enough to show that something was wrong. He didn't deliberately correct them, and continued to drink and chat with them like before. After a long time, some of his old friends finally relaxed and no longer felt pressured by his identity and cultivation. Yao Yuekong came and laughed heartily. He and the Xia Prince poured wine into Yi Fan's mouths. Of course, those who had met him a few times and weren't too familiar with him weren't so relaxed. All of them sat upright and still, speaking carefully and cautiously. Meanwhile, the phoenix directly left and didn't come forward to meet him. "Brother Yi, are you going back now? Why don't you stay for a few more days?" Yao Yuekong asked. Yi Fan finished the wine in his cup and said, "Are you still treating me like an outsider? If you really want to see me, then go to the Celestial Court. The door is always open for you. We've fought side by side before, so there's no need to be like this." In the end, he directly said this. "All right, we're being unreasonable. No matter what, you're still our brother Yi. Even if you surpass the Empyrean level in the future, it won't change the time when we roam the eastern wasteland together. Brother, you should be like this. We will definitely go to the Heavenly Court. We might just stay there and not leave." Yao Yuekong and Prince Xia Yiming of the Grand Xia laughed out loud. They felt like they had returned to their younger days, when they dominated the eastern barren lands and the central plains, and the stone gambling competition in the northern region Divine City. "Brother Yi, this time, your divine might is matchless, wiping out a restricted region. The effects are too great, you have to be careful yourself. I'm sure the other forbidden zones will be especially wary of you. They might have some tricks up their sleeves," the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. "There's no need to worry. At the very least, they won't dare for the next 8,000 years. Yi Fan said as his eyes shot out towards the forbidden zones. "Senior Yi, after you leave, will they come out? For example, those children of the forbidden zones?" A young man asked timidly. "Yes, uncle. My mother died in the darkness, and one of my uncles was killed by those people not long ago." Princess Yudai's child, the porcelain doll, had already grown up and was about to cry. This child was very outstanding and had long since become an outstanding talent in the Big Dipper. However, she was indeed not a match for the children of the Forbidden Zones. She didn't have a good impression of the Forbidden Zones at all. In the past, when he was in the Beidou Star region, there were two people among the younger generation who had left a deep impression on Yi Fan. One was a young monk from the Western Desert, and the other was a porcelain doll. They both had cultivation wisdom roots that ordinary people could not reach. "Don't worry, I won't let them cause trouble." Yi Fan had already gotten up. He stood on the stone cliff and released a sound wave. It wasn't that loud, but it engulfed the entire ancient star. "If the children of the Forbidden Zones dare to act arrogantly and cause trouble, I will definitely wield weapons and slaughter them." These words weren't all that resounding, and could be said to be quite calm. However, they still shook the various regions. This was a type of declaration, but also a type of warning. Yi Fan had established rules for the Great Forbidden Zones. Intolerable bullies. The expressions of those in the Forbidden Zones immediately changed. Those were the heirs of Emperor Dao experts. When had they ever been ordered around like this? Even their fathers wouldn't act like this. Meanwhile, Yi Fan didn't give them any face. He strictly warned them that if they dared to overstep, they would inevitably suffer a great disaster. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He rose up and tore open a golden crack in the heavens, disappearing from the Big Dipper star region, and returning to the celestial court. Not long after, people discovered that the children of the Forbidden Zones had come out. Everyone was shaken. Could it be that Yi Fan's words didn't have any effect? Could it be that they had developed rebellious thoughts and wanted to bathe the world in blood? However, they were thinking too much. These people didn't make a move. Moreover, several days later, several of Yi Fan's disciples came to the Big Dipper star region to gain experience. Yi Tong and Yang Shi had obviously come for the children of the Forbidden Zones. They wandered around everywhere. One was about to break through, and the other was a battle-crazed madman who had received orders from his master to come here to guard the place. He's so awe-inspiring. He sent a few disciples here. Does he think he can intimidate us like this? Some people were dissatisfied and raised their eyebrows. However, that was all they could say. What else could they do? Could it be that they really had to provoke the people of Yi Fan's faction? Perhaps the great success Divine Physique was just lacking this kind of excuse. The children of the Forbidden Zones discovered with sorrow that ever since Yi Fan killed the unfettered celestial being, he could truly be called a supreme in this world. Even their fathers didn't want to provoke him. If they had a falling out, that person would definitely slaughter his way into the Forbidden Zones and forcefully force an ancient supreme being to ascend. Once their lifespan was reduced like this, it might be difficult for them to continue living in this world. Yi Fan slaughtered out a brilliant reputation. The people of the Big Dipper star region discovered that they were overthinking things. Many days had passed, and everything was still peaceful. Moreover, since Yi Fan's disciples had come, what else was there to worry about? The children of the Forbidden Zones were all subdued, not daring to act unbridled. Hua Hua, the third disciple who was the least diligent and had wasted too much time, was also going to cross tribulation. He chose to do so outside the Big Dipper star region. Komatsu carried a type of curiosity as he walked through the eastern wastelands, following his master's past footsteps. He wanted to see just how he reached this point. Yi Fan's 4 great disciples all appeared. Everyone became completely at ease, because they discovered with shock that the restricted zone child was purposely avoiding these people. In the end, he chose to travel further away or return to the Forbidden Land, not staying in the same region as them. Time passed slowly, several hundred years passing in a flash. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also reached 1,000 years of age. He mocked himself for becoming someone of the older generation, but his blood energy became even more exuberant. It was because the great success of the Divine Physique, along with several hundred years of consolidation and Tao comprehension, his body's condition reached its current peak. He had never been this powerful before, truly becoming unmatched in divine might. During this period of time, he tried several times, advancing towards the great Emperor realm. He wasn't satisfied with just reaching half his body in, wishing to squeeze the other half in as well. In the end, Yi Fan broke through again. He sublimated to the extreme, reaching the highest peak of his life, achieving the Tao through a different method. Unfortunately, he was just like his predecessors in the past, still lacking, unable to completely step into that domain. The great Tao was like shackles, restricting his steps, preventing him from taking the ultimate leap. Comparatively speaking, he was even stronger than several hundred years ago. After the great perfection of the Divine Physique, it sublimated to the extreme, truly unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. I might have reached the limit of what the Divine Physique can reach in this life. If I want to break through, it really is too difficult. Based on the path I deduced, 9 deaths 1 life, difficult to achieve anything. There was already no path ahead. After several hundred years, Yi Fan achieved the Tao through a different method, standing at the very peak of the human race's Divine Physique. After arriving here, he could only face endless darkness. The path was already cut off, an abyss ahead. Now he needed to continue the path, so how was he supposed to change it? He was thinking to himself. Those ancient great sage bodies all stopped here, not a single one able to break through. Now it was his turn. Could it be that he was also going to be stopped here? The broken path of the Divine Physique. I want to continue. I want to change it. He thought about it day and night, exhausting all of his efforts, using primal chaos as a furnace, almost melting himself away, but he still didn't succeed. The path ahead was broken, and it was difficult to step over. During these years, many things had happened, and one of them had a huge impact. Yang Shi and Yi Tong had fought against the 3 otherworldly deities, and the 2 of them had completely wiped them out in the Ziwei Star region. This matter caused a huge uproar, and it even caused a large hand to stretch out from the undying mountain, grabbing towards the 2 of them and almost grabbing them away. Yi Fan was startled, and he came out at the right time. His true body stepped on the heaven and earth, and with a stomp, he shattered the large hand. This storm was extremely huge, and the entire universe was trembling. A battle between supreme beings was about to erupt, and the atmosphere in the universe was extremely tense. In the end, that supreme being restrained himself and said, "See you on the flying celestial planet." During this terrifying conflict, people also learned that the flying celestial planet was about to undergo a strange change. After several hundred years, perhaps an opportunity for the ancient supreme beings to appear was about to appear again. Stone Emperor, could it be that you're still alive? At that time, Yi Fan's eyes were ice cold. He sensed the aura of another person from that person's body, the Stone Emperor. The storm had passed for 100 years, and Yi Fan stood at the forefront of the broken path of the Saint Physique. He was not afraid of a battle with the archaic emperor, but he also had to make preparations. An earth-shattering battle was about to arrive. On the flying celestial planet, the central seal was cracked, and all kinds of flying celestial lights shot out. Auspicious clouds illuminated the world, and one could vaguely see the great scene of the immortal domain. Will the demonic earth that was sealed in the Age of Legends be the opportunity to become an immortal? Legend has it that an immortal once descended on the flying celestial planet and suppressed several great demon sovereigns. Is he going to appear this time? Before the previous wave had subsided, another wave arose. When Yi Fan was about to reach the end of 1,000 years, the flying celestial planet underwent a strange change, and it attracted the attention of the powerful races of the major galaxies. The Forbidden Zone was also no longer peaceful. A golden age, hee hee ha ha. Someone laughed bitterly. The so-called rise of kings and the arrival of a golden age was truly a type of irony. It hadn't even been 1,000 years, and a supreme being was going to appear in this world again? A golden age will appear, and it will arrive after several thousand years. There will be a magnificent scene of 100 vessels vying for the current. In the end, they will compete for the great Tao, and there will be a confrontation at the peak. Those who become emperors will appear in the future, someone predicted. And this time, a supreme being was going to appear in this world again. Who would care about what would happen after several thousand years? Whether or not an immortal could be seen after the chaos. Chapter 1755. The only fortunate thing was that there was a powerful holy physique, Yi Fan. He had once killed the ancient celestial being who had ascended to the extreme. Now he was the ruler of the mortal world, and was unrivaled. He was a person of this era. His blood energy was as vigorous as the sea, suppressing the cosmos and starry rivers. He was in his prime, and this was far superior to the ancient emperors. No one dared to fight against him. Perhaps he could intimidate the emperors. However, this was only a bit of consolation. Most people were still trembling. After all, there was only one holy physique, and the number of ancient supreme beings was unknown. Is this battle really coming? Immortal ascension again. How many people have you harmed? I hate the golden era. I hate this immortal path. I hate all those who have achieved the Tao. You all should die. Many people were cursing in every part of the world. Miserable winds and miserable rains filled the world, and many people were in fear. The dark turmoil had left them with wounds that had yet to truly heal. Many generations of mortals had changed, but many cultivators had lived through that era. Many people had lost their loved ones and felt bloody pain. I hope that this era's flying immortal star will explode and turn into the greatest calamity since ancient times. It will bury all the supreme beings and end the dark turmoil of the mortal world. A white-haired elder roared while weeping blood. During the great battle on the path of immortality, it was fine if the supreme beings died. However, if they needed to replenish their essence energy because of the tribulation, it would be an unbearable burden. There had been too much blood and pain in the past. When the path of immortality flourishes, the lower-level cultivators suffer. When the path of immortality declines, the lower-level cultivators also suffer. Someone sighed. The vision and hopes of the supreme beings had nothing to do with the lower-level cultivators. The ones who would suffer in the end would be the weak. The flying immortal star underwent a strange change. Its mysteries hadn't even been revealed yet, but the entire cosmos was already restless. There had never been a world like this before. Not even 1,000 years had passed, yet the path of immortality was about to become chaotic twice. This was a miracle that had never happened since ancient times. In the eyes of the lower-level cultivators, this was an unprecedented great demonic tribulation. Those who had experienced it personally and faced endless blood and bones still trembled when they thought about it. As soon as the clues appeared, the powerful clans began to frantically move. They couldn't experience another great tribulation. Which star area was the most desolate? Which star area was the most desolate? Which star area was isolated from the rest of the world? Would become their target. An unprecedented great migration of the universe had begun. Many ancient lands and powerful races disappeared, heading towards the desolate borders of the cosmos, entering dead star systems no one had ever set foot in before. The cosmos was the first to enter great chaos. The celestial court did not panic. Even though there were all sorts of rumors in the outside world recently, they still followed their orders. Everything was stable, and no one was panicking. The holy body Yifan might not be able to protect the entire universe, but it was enough to protect the celestial court. All the celestial soldiers and celestial generals firmly believed that the road ahead would not be bleak. Only the upper echelons of the celestial court were a little nervous, because the Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi Li Tian, and the others knew that Yifan had a knot in his heart. He missed his good friend Ji, Jiang Taishu, and Gai Juyo, who were as important as his father, and he couldn't forget them. He had to take revenge. In particular, when he received the news that the Stone Emperor was still alive, Yifan had been sitting there for 100 years, gazing at the undying Big Dipper. People knew that once the war started, he would definitely rush over and find a chance to kill the Stone Emperor. I'm ready for the war, but before that, I'll open up 10 pure lands for you. No one will be able to discover or break them. The celestial court will split into 10 parts and hide in them separately, Yifan said. Everyone sighed, knowing that he had made up his mind to fight. Perhaps in the end he would not only be facing an ancient supreme. This would be a bloody battle between great emperors. Don't worry, I'll come back alive because I definitely can't die. The vast battle map that I've mentioned before has yet to be unfolded, but it will definitely come true. Yifan promised. This was the truth. He really couldn't die, or else many people would die because of him. The children of the restricted areas would definitely start a massacre against the battle divisions of the celestial court. As long as he was still alive, it would be a kind of deterrence. In the end, no one would dare to make a move, and they would have to constantly attack to protect everything. Cult Master, we have a feeling that the great tribulation of the flying celestial planet this time will be very special, but we don't dare to deeply calculate it. Gu Lin and Gu Fei walked over. Nearly 1,000 years had passed, and this pair of siblings had become the most mysterious divine diviners of the celestial court. Have you also sensed it? Asked Yifan. This pair of siblings were indeed astonishingly talented. During this period of time, he had also been constantly deducing and grasping the secret word for. He hoped to occasionally have a flash of inspiration and see a corner of the future. He had always been trying to capture it, and he had always felt that this time would be extraordinary. Hearing them say this, the others were also astonished. The Black Emperor pondered for a long time, but unfortunately he, who was originally the most intelligent, had exhausted his ability to predict the unknown due to the previous time when the space between his brows had lit up like fire. He could no longer use the secret word for to deduce anything. Use your talents to boldly deduce the future. I'll bear all the terrifying consequences, said Yifan after some thought. His strength had reached this realm, and he had the confidence to resist the most terrifying great tribulation in the world. Under his protection, he could shift the cause and effect of the disaster to others within a certain range. Won't this be very dangerous? Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others all frowned. They were afraid that an accident would happen to him. Don't worry, no matter how terrifying it is, it's just the strongest attack of a great emperor. It won't be difficult for me, said Yi Fan calmly. Gu Fei and Gu Lin looked at each other. Finally, under Yi Fan's encouragement, they calmed down and sat cross-legged on a huge white turtle shell. They faced each other as if they had transformed into yin and yang, and began to deduce. They were originally spiritual children, and yin and yang stood side by side, mutually resolving calamities. Now, with such a promise from Yi Fan, they could naturally be at ease and act boldly. Everyone retreated, far away from this isolated island floating in the universe. Mist pervaded the air, and a mysterious aura emerged. This place had become a field of chaos. The white turtle shell was found by Yi Fan when he was traveling in the chaotic universe 200 years ago. It was suspected to be the remains left behind by the black turtle before achieving the Tao, and it had an indescribable power. At this moment, milky white brilliance flowed and blended with the chaotic qi, drowning the siblings. Runes lit up one after another on the turtle shell, turning into mysterious scriptures that lined up here. Apart from using their own divination techniques, Gu Fei and Gu Lin were also operating the former secret word. The two were connected to the Tao heart of heaven and earth, and at this moment, a wave of light appeared in front of them. It was as if they had seen a corner of the blurry future. Yes, even Yi Fan could feel an aura of the future spreading out. Boom. In the center of the sky, a beam of immortal light from the absolute beginning struck down, intertwined with five-colored divine light, and flowing with the essence of primal chaos. It was incomparably terrifying. And then it gathered lightning from all directions, covering the area below. Everyone was shocked. This was the divine tribulation of a great emperor, and it was definitely an unparalleled lightning that could injure an ancient emperor. It was difficult for them to imagine what Gu Lin and Gu Fei had seen to actually trigger such a calamity. It was too much to use it to strike down two people with low cultivation. Rise! Amidst the endless emperor's tribulation, Yi Fan shouted loudly. His vision expanded and covered this divine island, protecting the siblings. He reversed the situation and directed all the calamity towards himself. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The universe seemed like it was about to dry up. Yi Fan's fist power overflowed into the sky, forcefully resisting the unparalleled divine tribulation and defeating it. Fortunately, this great tribulation was just a strike from the heavens. And it wasn't a boundless and endless emperor-level divine punishment. When the light disappeared, the divine island was unharmed. However, there were many cracks on the white turtle shell. This shocked the people who rushed over. However, when they saw that the pale-faced Gu Fei and Gu Lin were unscathed, they finally relaxed. What did you guys see? The Black Emperor asked. The others were also very nervous as they looked at the siblings. It was a vast expanse, extremely blurry. There were many lights and shadows, but I couldn't see clearly. This is an unpredictable future. Gu Fei's face was completely pale as he spoke. Yes, the future cannot be predicted. Gu Lin also spoke like this. Everyone was dumbfounded. This time it was definitely not a small matter. Was it already like this before they could even predict it? This kind of calamity was too terrifying. The road ahead made them feel uneasy. Voila! Suddenly, the white tortoise shell shattered, turning into pieces that scattered all over the divine island. The island was unharmed, so why did it shatter? Even Yi Fan was shocked. This was the remains left behind by a supreme being before achieving the Tao. It was sturdy and undying, yet it actually broke apart just like that. This is a divine armor, a divine object of innate divination. It divined the future. Suddenly, the siblings cried out loudly. They understood a corner of the future from the shattered tortoise shell. They were incomparably shocked, and even their lips began to tremble. What happened? Everyone asked. There will be a great calamity. A few of the most powerful emperors and emperors will die. When this sentence was spoken, everyone's minds were greatly shaken. As expected, it was going to be another bitter battle. What else? Hua Hua asked. We are going to see immortals in this world. Someone has become an immortal. Gu Lin and Gu Fei loudly spoke the ultimate secret they had seen through. With just this sentence, the entire cosmos rumbled like thunder, making the heavens shake violently. Many cultivators from all over the world raised their heads and looked towards the sky in confusion. They were incredibly bewildered. Someone was going to ascend to immortality in this world, and it was on that star with the same name. This news was earth-shattering and shook the celestial court. Even Yi Fan was stupefied. Since ancient times, how many human emperors and emperors of powerful races sought immortality? They wanted to break into another world, break through the undying, and seek immortality. However, they all failed. Now someone was saying that someone was going to ascend to immortality in this world, and would succeed. How could they not be shocked? This was unprecedented since ancient times. A miracle was about to take place. Immortals were going to appear in this world. This was a great event that had never happened before. The celestial court was in an uproar. They were incomparably shocked. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. The greatest opportunity to become an immortal was going to appear in the near future. If they could grasp it, then they would create history. This time, the flying immortal star's great calamity exceeded my expectations. Yi Fan sighed softly. He felt that it was necessary to change his strategy. If there really was hope of becoming an immortal, he naturally had to bring along the celestial court's troops. Rumble. In the ancient flying immortal star's central sealed area, stone tablets rose from the ground one after another. They towered above the surface, tall and majestic, mysterious and ancient. On top of them, there were many densely packed words engraved. It was unknown which era they belonged to, and it was impossible to understand them. Is this a cemetery of immortals and demons? Can we fight our way into the immortal world from here? An ancient supreme being transformed into a void image, and arrived here ahead of time. Chapter 1756. Since there is hope of becoming an immortal, then we have to make other preparations. I will open up the 10 great pure lands. You all wait quietly. If I get the opportunity to become an immortal, I will guide you all through it together. Yi Fan said seriously. They had to fight for it in this era. The prophecy of flying immortals had actually appeared, and history was about to be created. Everyone in the life forbidden zone would definitely come to conquer it. Needless to say, there would be an unimaginably intense clash soon. All the emperors would rise up and fight for the path of immortals. Perhaps they would fight until the universe was shattered. Father, you must be careful. A young girl was full of worry. Hundreds of years had passed, and little Violet had grown up. She was elegant and beautiful, but now she was a little worried. She was very similar to Jiziyue. Usually she was playful and cute, full of youth and vigor. She was well-liked in the celestial court. Yi Fan rubbed her head and said, "Don't worry." "I messed it up," little Violet mumbled, her black hair flowing with luster. The group of children had all grown up, each of them stunning geniuses, surpassing their parents. Many of them had surpassed their parents, making the celestial court more and more prosperous. The only one that didn't change was little Nan Nan. She was still so young, fair and tender, cute and innocent. She was still the little one that everyone wanted to protect. "Uncle, let us go with you to the path of immortals?" Li Heishui's boy and Dongfangye's child were the most active. They all revealed hopeful expressions. They didn't want to enter the path of immortals. They clearly wanted Yi Fan to bring them there to experience it. "You guys better behave." Dongfangye knocked their heads one by one. The celestial court was full of talents with endless potential. When the group of children grew up, they would be able to support the sky and prosper. Next, Yi Fan started to get busy. He was opening up the sky. Chaotic energy surged, and the myriad energy cauldron rose and fell, absorbing all the innate essence in the pure lands he had opened up. At his level, opening up a divine domain was naturally not a problem. It wasn't difficult to decorate it with real stars, because people at this level could do so. Yi Fan wanted to establish 10 great pure lands for the celestial soldiers and generals to take refuge in. During the process of splitting open the sky, his disciples and the important figures of the celestial court were all watching. This was not a small world, but a true divine realm. It was worth observing and comprehending. Yi Fan's magic force surged as it derived life and death, established the absolute beginning, stabilized the world, and recreated stars. The methods he revealed were truly admirable. When splitting open the sky in the primal chaos, one would occasionally come across some strange materials. Some of them were extremely precious, and it was difficult to find a second one. However, apart from great Emperor-level characters, it was impossible for others to split open the sky and earth like this. It was shocking that Yi Fan wanted to open up 10th heaven. Ding! A light sound rang out. When the 8th layer of heaven was opened, a streak of scarlet light flickered, colliding with the all-life source cauldron. It actually didn't shatter, and there was even flowing light that flew out. We dug up a primal chaos immortal treasure. Hua Hua cried out, extremely excited. He wasn't as fast as the Black Emperor. With a swipe of his paw, Big Black directly pressed down on his bald head. He rushed over first and opened his mouth to bite. In terms of treasure-snatching ability, apart from Duanda, no one could compare. Uncle Black Emperor, what are you doing? The group of children all looked towards him. I forgot, we're all on the same side. The treasure rots in the pot and can't escape. It's just a conditioned reflex, the Black Emperor said embarrassedly. Little Z, Yin Xiao, Dongfang Changsheng, and the other children all snickered. Meanwhile, Li Tian, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others were relatively calm. It would be strange if Big Black didn't have this kind of reaction. It really is a celestial material. When the Black Emperor took out that treasure from the primal chaos, everyone was shocked. Phoenix blood crimson gold. Everyone's eyes were burning. It was actually Phoenix blood crimson gold. This was a material used by great ancient emperors to refine weapons. No one would have thought that they would actually obtain such a large piece when splitting open the sky and earth. That's not right. This isn't an innate piece of essence. It has been refined by someone. Look, this is a section of a halberd. There are even ancient Dao marks. How long ago did this fall? The Black Emperor was shocked. Everyone surrounded him. Even Yi Fan was shocked. The primal chaos was filled with innate things. If it wasn't in the big universe, how could there be a weapon fragment? It's an Emperor Law remnant mark. Yi Fan said after appraising it. This halberd had fallen countless years ago, and there were still Dao marks within it that hadn't been destroyed. How is this possible? Could it be that a supreme warrior fought here, broke his weapon, and was buried in the primal chaos in the end? Impossible. The Black Emperor shook his head. He had been watching Yi Fan split open the sky and earth. The primal chaos here was like an ocean. There was no path, and there had never been a battle. It could be said that this was an innate land. Before, no one could come here, and it had always been this desolate. Then what is going on? Uncle Yi, hurry up and open the sky. Let's see if there are any more immortal treasures here. A child shouted excitedly. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He caressed the broken halberd and felt the boundless power of time. This type of emperor law was shockingly ancient. It didn't belong to any legendary emperor. He continued to split open the sky and earth, excavating another pure land. He didn't obtain any more Phoenix blood scarlet gold, but he dug out a small half of a broken tablet. There were a few words carved on it, but unfortunately he didn't recognize a single one. Words that surpassed the era of legends, no one can recognize them. This was the consensus of everyone. Even if they found someone to look at it, they could only shake their heads. It's the same as the words on the tablet in the underworld. It's from the same era. Yi Fan sighed. When he spoke these words, his mind was greatly shaken. Was this history of annihilation? Was this a reincarnation? Several great eras were buried here, and this was the remnant? At that moment, Yi Fan's mind was greatly shaken. This so-called reincarnation cycle was even more vast than he had imagined. It buried the universe and returned to the primal chaos. Later on, the universe was reopened, and there were different civilizations and developments. Was it really like this? When he thought of this possibility, his whole body turned cold. The so-called change of eras had been overturned countless times. Immortals. In the end, Yi Fan thought of this word. Only by living forever and breaking through eternity could one understand everything. Otherwise, one would be a flower in the universe, blooming and then withering. Even a great emperor was only the most beautiful flower in the world. Even the universe has an end. When the heaven and earth change again, what will be left? The only way is to jump out, Yifan said softly. This unexpected discovery had greatly moved him. Uncle Yi, hurry up and open a few more layers. Maybe you can dig out a pile of treasures. Dongfang Changxing smiled. What does a child know? Don't talk nonsense. Dongfang Yi rewarded him with a slap. Even for a great emperor, it would be very strenuous to continue such a large-scale creation of heaven and earth. This was because this wasn't a small world but a true vast pure land. It wouldn't be a problem for one to be sealed inside for countless years. In the end, this part of the phoenix blood halberd was given by Yi Fan to the mountain phoenix. This old quasi-emperor's strength had improved greatly in these years, and had become one of the top forces of the celestial court, one of the protectors. This harvest made the old mountain phoenix extremely happy and excited. Do you need me and my daughter to go with you? Ji Ziyue asked before they parted. Her expression was gentle. After cultivating to the late stage, the terror of the origin spirit body was undoubtedly revealed. Perhaps her cultivation wasn't that heaven-defying, but if she walked together with a supreme expert, she could increase the power of the other party's laws. Moreover, she could absorb the origin source of heaven and earth, allowing supreme experts to recover faster. It could be said that she was close to an immortal and was naturally protected. It was fine if the origin spirit body wasn't complete, but once it succeeded, it would be an existence close to an immortal. This was the conclusion that the Black Emperor and Yi Fan had deduced in private. This kind of physique was too rare. Since ancient times, there were only 2 or 3 of them, and they all died young. Now Ji Ziyue had this kind of innate bloodline, and Little Purple had also inherited it. That was why both mother and daughter hoped to travel with Yi Fan, and lend him a helping hand. No need. Wait for my return. Yi Fan shook his head firmly. He didn't want his wife and daughter to take risks. After arranging the matters of the celestial court, he set off and headed straight for the flying immortal star. On the great star, there were many wild beasts and barbaric birds flying across the sky. The primitive ancient forests were densely covered, the great mountains were magnificent, and the waterfalls were like the Milky Way hanging down from the 9 heavens. This was a magnificent world. But recently it wasn't peaceful. All the experts were restless, and all the strange beasts and birds were roaring and crying. The abnormality at the center was becoming more and more terrifying. One could directly hear the roars and ancient monuments. Demonic energy and immortal mist rose together. The most important thing was that there were supreme beings who appeared and came here to observe. They were preparing for the great battle that was about to happen. Yi Fan came without any concealment. The sea of stars was shaken, and the tens of thousands of spirits on the flying immortal star were greatly moved. The arrival of a divine physique that achieved the Tao was even more terrifying than the ancient supreme beings. This was because his blood energy was vigorous. Moreover, through actual combat he had killed the ascended celestial being. There was no need to doubt his prestige and divine might. These are all sealing steels. Yi Fan sighed softly. Now that the seal had loosened, these monuments had left the depths of the earth and appeared in the world. It was obvious that the seal below couldn't be maintained for much longer. It could no longer suppress this secret land, and all the secrets would be revealed. He didn't recognize the inscriptions on the monument, and only a few words could be vaguely made out. Yi Fan stared at them. They were the emperor characters, representing the extreme of the Tao. They were the same in ancient times and were used to suppress this place. They weren't the essence of the 9 emperor characters from the Tao scriptures, nor were they the emperor characters from the extreme Yin mother scriptures and extreme Yang immortal scriptures. Those characters only represented a type of sealing Tao. They resonated with the great Tao, rumbling and resounding through the ages. Yi Fan watched for a long time, but he didn't take action. He entered outer space and sat in an expanse of void, overlooking the great star below to defend it. Just like that, time passed quickly. An entire 49 years passed. He didn't move at all. Apart from comprehending the Tao, he gazed at the flying immortal star. During this period of time, the incarnations of supreme beings came and left. The great life-restricted regions all took action. There were unmatched existences that came to observe this place, wishing to find out what was going on. Everyone was waiting. Wind blows before a great storm. Everyone knew that the seal of this place was about to be completely destroyed. The secrets of the Earth's core were about to appear. However, not a single person went to undo the seal first. The emperors were all extremely patient, all of them waiting. They were actually waiting for the arrival of this heaven-defying great era. Waiting for the immortal path to open. Yi Fan wasn't the only one who sensed something. The various great life-restricted regions Imperial Tao Supreme Beings were able to reach that level, so how could they be ordinary? They also used secret methods and forbidden techniques to understand an indistinct future, guessing at some of the shocking results. Walala. The sounds of iron chains shook the heavens. It was as if immortals and devils were about to appear. As if they were currently crossing realms from immortal domain, to push open that tightly locked great gate. Chapter 1757. Everyone knew that the moment was about to arrive. The critical point of a shocking change was not far away. The atmosphere was suffocating. The tens of thousands of spirits on the flying celestial star trembled. All kinds of wild beasts and birds were wailing. The saint-level existences brought their clansmen and moved away. They no longer dared to conspire and fantasize. In reality, most of them had left long ago. Over the years, the paragons had manifested themselves as void gods to fight here. No matter how heaven-defying the sages were, and how much they desired to enter the immortal domain, they couldn't compete with those people. Yi Fan's eyes opened and closed. He sat cross-legged in the cosmos and stared at the huge star in front of him. He saw the 36th clan moving away from the flying celestial star. The great clans moved and covered the sky as they rushed towards the starry sky. There were huge beast venerables and divine birds that could suppress the sun and moon. These were all Kunlun's remnant races. Even powerful beings like them had to bow their heads at this moment. Ancestor, I hope you can win. Yi Fan was shocked. He was in the void and actually sensed a hornless dragon's telepathy. He captured the psyche ripple. This was shocking. Was there an ancestor of Kunlun's remnant races under the seal? Something was not right. The time didn't match. He extended his divine will and probed the great desolate beasts. He also sensed the thoughts of a few other divine bird clans. Unfortunately, he didn't make any shocking discoveries. These remnant races only felt that this place might be related to their ancestors. The universe was undergoing a great migration. The last batch of Qi practitioners on the flying celestial star, and Kunlun's remnant races were the slowest. Fear had spread throughout the years, and the other regions had already moved. Even the celestial court was the same. The 10 great secret realms were opened. The Black Emperor, the human demon Yi Tong, and a few other important figures personally led the teams to seal everyone in. Boom. The last monument appeared on the flying celestial star. It was even taller than the others. The densely packed runes flickered on its surface. With its appearance, the entire monument forest seemed to have come to life. The earth rumbled and all the monuments moved. A world-shaking change took place. Yi Fan sat in the starry sky and his brows twitched. The mountains and rivers had changed. The steel forest at the center of the ancient land moved, outlining a boundless territory. There were 9 dragons within, all of them charging through. The terrain rose and fell, the mountains and valleys changing, revealing their original appearance. 9 great dragons coiled about the ancient land at the center, countless small mountains in their surroundings rumbling. These were 10,000 dragons. 10,000 dragons had to enter the ground and enter another world. This was the true topography of the flying immortal star's sealed land. Only now did it appear. Dense mist rose and the roars of immortals and devils were faintly discernible. They shook the high heavens. No one had expected the shocking change to happen so quickly. After 49 years of continuous evolution, the final moment directly triggered the grand scheme. The seal of the flying immortal planet was about to be removed. Demonic energy surged, immortal energy erupting. Over 10,000 dragons seemed to have revived, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They transformed from mountains and rivers into tangible bodies, wishing to shatter the everlasting and enter the immortal realm. The clanking of chains broke the silence and became clearer. This was not the sound of a door lock, but more like the movement of shackles. Someone was trying to break free. There was something alive inside. Boom. An enormous sound rang through the air. An expanse of dazzling radiance shot out from the underground world, tearing apart the void. A passage appeared, large amounts of light flying out. The immortal path has appeared. It was unknown who was the first to cry out in alarm. All those who experienced the great calamity of the Northern Dipper knew that this was an immortal path's reign of light. The passage was a great crack in immortal domain. It had appeared before in the past, and now, it appeared again. It really is related to immortality. This place is going to open up another path. Someone said with a sigh. A figure silently appeared in his original location. There was a supreme being who hurried over. His body was extremely indistinct, those outside unable to see him clearly. It was clearly an imperial Tao supreme being. The restricted area of the Northern Dipper swayed, rumbling like thunder. There were people who were going to appear again, about to hurry towards the flying immortal star. After waiting for so many years, they finally waited for this era. They had to resist, seize fate from the heavens, strive for the undying and long life. If they missed out on this era, they might not have another chance. An enormous dong sounded. The great earth below was muffled, making one's heart tremble. Then rubble flew into the sky, many giant monuments exploding, turning into dust. The great cracks of the immortal path extended outwards, exploding with the central sealed land at the center. It was as if a bullet pierced through glass. Roar! Finally, a world-shaking roar sounded, accompanied by the sound of great chains. There was a colossus that struggled free, about to appear in this world. I am going to achieve immortality in this era. This was a type of tremendous fluctuation, shattering the heavens. Yi Fan activated the origin immortal eyes, seeing an inconceivable scene. There was a giant snake below that was like a stellar stream, just too large, entire body resplendent. However, immortal chains pierced through its body, locking it down below. Apart from this, there was another piece of immortal source that was far from its body. However, it struggled free from within, clearly only revealing its massive body after breaking free. Hua Snake, one of Kunlun's ancestors. It is still alive, waiting here. The supreme being that stood here said quietly. Hong. Great winds and clouds moved. Within Origin Ancient Mine, an expanse of resplendent multicolored light erupted with undying auspicious brilliance. A great purple dragon soared into the sky, covering the heavens, shaking up the past, present, and future. This was especially the case when a dragon cry sounded, making all directions tremble. It quickly turned into a purple-haired male with a medium build. He wasn't all that majestic, but he was intimidating, imposing even without being angry. His purple pupils were deep like a sea, and then they suddenly erupted with two streaks of purple lightning, tearing apart the cosmos, shaking up the boundless stellar streams. This was an archaic emperor. In the depths of the starry sky, purple golden radiance erupted. Bell sounds rang through the air. A great dragon rushed through the endless star systems, directly entering the Great Dipper, descending. The one who slept the most deeply has woken up, never appearing in this world before. He only appeared today. Turns out he was still alive. An expert in the restricted region said with a sigh. The bell sounds were long and drawn out, purple light surging. A great dragon spiraled about above the middle-aged male's head. That was the 10,000 dragon bell. It was overjoyed and moved, never expecting its master to still be alive. Correct. The middle-aged man was the 10,000 dragon emperor, someone who was believed to have died in a seated posture in history, someone who had long ceased to exist. Now he appeared in this world. This made everyone feel deep reverence. Origin Ancient Mine was terrifying after all, deep and immeasurable. There was actually such a great deity hidden here, someone who shouldn't exist in this world. The divine body is in great trouble. Since he woke up from his slumber, how could he not get revenge? His daughter was ruthlessly killed by that divine body. A supreme being said with a smile. The divine body most likely doesn't care anymore, right? What if he has good relations with that restricted region lord? If he truly wants to seize the immortal path, it will all be a life and death battle. Another person said with a sigh. At this moment, the stellar streams exploded. There were people from Immortal Tomb who rushed into the heavens as well. Then they hurried over with the 10,000 Dragon Emperor, destroying everything in their path. Once their auras were released, nothing could stop them. Even great stars were turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, they arrived on flying immortal star. Together with the one from before, 3 figures immediately appeared in this chaotic land, staring at the immortal path world. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor's eyes were ice-cold. He fiercely raised his head towards the star domain Yi Fan was in. 2 streaks of purple lightning shot out from his eyes, illuminating the void. However, he didn't take action, instead suddenly turning around, facing the sealed land again. Huaxi, that's Kunlun's ancestor. Wasn't he killed by the Emperor Zun? Why is he still in this world? The supreme beings from Immortal Tomb were shocked. Back then, the Emperor Zun was unmatched throughout the 9 heavens 10 earths, and then he attacked Immortal Mountain Kunlun, seizing the Immortal Bell, provoking the supreme beings they named themselves. However, they couldn't stop his footsteps. It was rumored that Huaxi was killed, but now he reappeared in this world. The enormous snake body underground moved about, smashing apart mountains and rivers. It wanted to struggle free, shouting, "I want to achieve immortality. The immortal path of this world will be opened for me." It's gone mad. Why did the Emperor Zun leave it behind? Moreover, it was sealed in a precious immortal source. If it was left for the enemy, wouldn't that be a waste? There were supreme beings who were confused. However, no one said anything. These 3 individuals all felt restraining fear towards each other. All of them separating, staying quite far from each other. For the sake of seizing the immortal path, there might be an ultimate battle between them. Dong. Suddenly, there was another explosion from the depths of the seal. As a large piece of the immortal source disintegrated, a Taoist with disheveled hair rushed out. His 4 limbs were shackled, and he raised his head and roared. His hair had long turned gray, but that kind of power shocked the 3 supreme beings present. They were all astonished. There was an indescribable power vibrating out. At this moment, mountains and rivers were destroyed, all living things withered. Endless plant essence and the vitality of all living beings flowed out, converging towards him. Break. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor shouted. Heaven and earth exploded, laws swept out, isolating the front because he discovered that this strange Taoist also wanted to absorb his essence. This was a terrifying person, causing the 3 great supreme beings to shiver. As an expert of this Tao, the gray-haired Taoist was definitely not a nobody. He was very dangerous. Nirvana celestial being. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor said word by word. Just now he made a move, colliding with that person's power. He felt that kind of great Tao and immediately knew who it was. One of the 9 great celestial being from the legendary era. No one dared to look down on him, not even the ancient emperors. No one would have thought that a supreme being was suppressed here. It was simply unimaginable. Even the 9 great celestial being had been captured. This was a major event that would shake the ages. Outside the starry sky, Yi Fan's immortal eyes flickered. He muttered to himself, "Things are getting more and more interesting. Even the celestial being is still alive here. Is the immortal ascension ancient path really going to appear?" Immortal music rang out. The roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. Dense multicolored mist rose. Strange movements came from the depths of the seal. A mysterious creature was awakening, about to appear in this world. Is this arranged according to the era? Huaxi, celestial being, and then? Are we really going to meet an immortal? The existence from the immortal mausoleum muttered to himself. Boom! The supreme fluctuations were ferocious and tyrannical. The immortal mist surged, but it could not conceal the aura of the creature below. It was extremely terrifying and indescribable. This can't really be a creature from the immortal domain, right? But why was it sealed here? Wang. The void trembled. In the depths of the seal, densely packed symbols appeared, shining outwards. Immortal light tore through the heavens, making one's soul become unsteady. What kind of seal is this? It's so ancient. No, that's not right. This is the origin seal. Heavenly Lord of Void Destruction, and Huaxi were only sealed here later. That living being was already here before that. This type of sealing method is so powerful. Is there someone like this in this world? Could it be that it was suppressed by an emperor? However, the timing doesn't match. At this moment, even the supreme beings in the restricted region sighed in admiration. They felt that this place was too mysterious. This place exceeded their expectations, having secrets they didn't think they knew about. Chapter 1758. This was like an immortal well, surging with milky white immortal energy, mysterious and unfathomable. Immortal multicolored light flew out from the depths of the Earth's core. Tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious light, and tens of thousands of symbols densely packed together, leaving everyone shocked. This was already not just the profound mysteries of formation patterns, but also a powerful personal imprint. Someone used a remnant mark to seal this place, displaying unrivaled divine might. It was precisely because of this that the immortal well seemed incomparably terrifying. Who exactly was it? The first person everyone thought of was an emperor-sovereign. Perhaps only he could be this heaven-defying. However, in reality, this was not the case. The power of the seal had existed for a long time, and there were undying traces at the heart of the formation, flowing with an ancient aura, everlasting and undying. It's the ancient desolate tower. The great supreme being's expressions changed, recognizing that diagram. It was exactly the same as the legendary ancient desolate tower. Even though it was a diagram, it also possessed that kind of aura. Could it be that the legends are true? That there was an indescribable and recorded chaotic ancient era? There was an even more ancient immortal dynasty. The expression of the supreme being from the immortal mausoleum changed, his face full of seriousness. What kind of seal was open today? It was becoming more and more unfathomable. It was difficult to trace back the years, endless without end. What exactly happened in the past? Whether or not there was an immortal descending into this world, it was already impossible to confirm. They could only imagine. Hong. The center of the seal split apart, the symbols shattering on their own. The sound of iron chains rang out, and dazzling light shot out. A tattered mountain of flesh flew out. It was unknown what kind of creature it was, but it was wrapped within an old bag. In addition, there was a sparkling substance that flew out. That was something similar to an immortal source, something that was originally used to seal it. A vermilion bird? Everyone was shocked. They felt a scorching heat, and that mountain of flesh split apart, revealing an expanse of scarlet redness. Flames jumped about, and a vermilion bird's head reached out. Its gaze was vicious, making one feel as if their skin was being cut by blades. Kacha. As the mountain of flesh broke apart, a scarlet body that was like blood was revealed. This was an enormous wolf's body, but scarlet scales covered the surface of its body, and its tail was that of a dragon. What kind of monster was this? It was scarlet like blood and covered densely in scales. It had the head of a vermilion bird, the tail of a wolf, and the tail of a dragon. A vicious aura surged out. This was a creature that didn't belong to the ancient emperor's knowledge. Could it really be a supreme being from the chaotic ancient era that was sealed until this era? Dao friend, which era are you from? The 10,000 Dragons Emperor asked. What they received in response was a loud and long cry. It was like the cry of a phoenix, but also like the roar of a dragon. It was deafening and rushed into the heavens. The stars above exploded and the river of stars collapsed. This was a type of supreme aura that covered heaven and earth, unstoppable. If not for the flying immortal star's great formation, as well as the three supreme beings standing guard, this place would definitely have been crushed into powder. Nothing would have remained. Those individuals frowned. There was something wrong with the supreme experts in the sealed land. Their primordial spirits had all suffered serious injuries, not all that normal. It was difficult to communicate with them. Immortal ascension, I am the only one. In the end, the prehistoric creature let out a creepy laugh. It was almost crazy like a snake. The only one that looked normal was the celestial being of Nirvana, whose eyes were closed. What happened today was destined to shock the universe, and it was extremely likely that it would change history. Huashi, the celestial being from the Age of Legends, and the mysterious creature from the Age of Chaos all broke out of the seal at the same time. No one knew what secrets they had. They blocked the path of immortality. Kacha. The formation patterns were shattering. Immortal light became resplendent. The great earth rumbled, continuously caving in. Great cracks spread from immortal domain, revealing the depths of the sealed land. The path of immortality reappeared. A rain of light scattered down, accompanied by large amounts of pure white flower petals, sparkling and translucent. This was a dreamlike world, one that made one's heart tremble and feel intoxicated. In that instant, the Supreme Being's minds all became absent-minded. The dream of immortality was something that many emperors struggled with since the ancient times, but in the end, they all failed. Now wasn't the time to be absent-minded. The true battle had arrived. There was no luck to speak of on this path. They could only fight their way in. There were no shortcuts. Immortal Ascension Road. An enormous monument towered below the stellar river, slowly rising from the sealed land. Standing on that path of light, it looked just that high and unapproachable. Immortal Tao laws. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor cried out in shock. The only chance to achieve immortality might have truly arrived. It was in this era. The three supreme beings in front of the path spoke softly, their eyes shining with deep divine light. Qi, the supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum, was the first to rush in. He saw the abnormalities. There weren't any obstructions on the immortal path, so perhaps they really could smoothly enter. This era belongs to me. Huashi cried out loudly. Its enormous body was like a stellar river, resplendent and dazzling. It immediately swept over, coiling around the path of immortality a step ahead. It was drenched in ascension light, its aura becoming even more terrifying. It directly took action against the Supreme Being from Immortal Mausoleum, releasing the most terrifying attack. Swoosh! The other Supreme Being avoided them, disappearing with a flash, entering even deeper. He stepped on the great golden path, looking at the Immortal Ascension monument in front of him, his expression excited. Tao friend, you can achieve immortality in this era, but you have to pass through my trial first. Suddenly, the Nirvana Celestial Being opened his eyes. Gray hair scattered about, a terrifying aura spreading, making heaven and earth tremble. Without a doubt, he was still clear-headed. If this Supreme Being wanted to go over, he had to fight against him. Both sides immediately entered a deadlock. In the end, that prehistoric creature locked onto the 10,000 Dragon Emperor. No one could calmly go over, the immortal path blocked. Walala sounds rang out. Iron chains moved the heavens. Regardless of whether it was Huashi or the Nirvana Celestial Being, they were all locked up. It was difficult for them to leave this place, but a great battle was enough. In reality, everyone began to doubt if those divine chains could lock down their revived selves. Are you really going to stand in our way? Yes. The path of immortality cannot be crossed by emperors. If there is you, there won't be me. It is just this cruel. What is there to say? Let's just fight. The one who spoke was a white tiger in the starry sky. It threw itself over murderously. Another Supreme Being from the Big Dipper restricted region arrived, turning into a white-haired Taoist, his nature unyielding. Hong. There was no way to avoid this battle. It directly erupted. The seal was strange to begin with. With these three blocking them, they could only fight their way over and get rid of them. Tao friend, I have come to lend you all a helping hand. Let's step into immortal domain together. At this time, another figure appeared, moving on the moon and stars, crossing over from the Big Dipper, entering the Ascension Immortal Star Domain. His entire body shone. Even though he was in human form, he had all types of wild beast characteristics, for example, Kuan Pung wings, barbaric ox horns, Chilan armor. When all of these were combined together, it seemed extremely strange. Beast God. Everyone knew who he was. He came from the divine ruins, an archaic creature who achieved the Tao, known as the Beast God. His magical force was vigorous, deep and immeasurable. 5 great supreme beings moved out together. They were going to move together, intimidate the world. However, their numbers didn't stop here. A streak of immortal radiance tore through the everlasting from origin ancient mine. Another figure tore through the void murderously. Phoenix cries shaking the heavens. Heavens, could it be an undying immortal phoenix? Cries of alarm sounded from all parts of the cosmos. Everyone saw a giant phoenix move through the sky. Stellar rivers extinguished, unable to stop it from spreading its wings and taking to the skies. When it descended on Ascension Star, it turned into a weapon. Phoenix wing gilded hoe. Its brilliance was resplendent. Within the golden color there was a bit of blood, illuminating the heavens. Phoenix cries sounded unendingly, shattering the endless starry sky. The aura was berserk, making even Yifan's mind tremble in outer space. This was actually a weapon. Another type of long life method appeared. There were supreme beings who turned themselves into weapons. Of course, it wasn't a complete transformation, but rather just for the sake of living a bit longer, merging the primordial spirit with the Tao weapon, becoming a special life form. Turns out it is a Tao friend from Blood Phoenix Mountain. I heard that you took a different path, but the amount of time you can remain clear-headed for isn't much. Have you been well these past few years? The beast god asked. Not that well, about to become a pure weapon. This world is my only chance, or else my divine senses will forever be sealed, forever ignorant. The Phoenix wing gilded hoe spoke. It was Blood Phoenix Mountain's ancestor. Later on, it stepped onto a different type of long life path, entering Origin Ancient Mine, never appearing again. The world was greatly shaken. Those who were originally thought to have died were actually in the restricted regions, not even Blood Phoenix Mountain themselves aware that their ancestor was alive. Father. In the depths of the distant star domain, a blood-haired, indistinct figure stood there, his fists tightly clenched. He was precisely Huang Shudao. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Origin Ancient Mine was too astonishing. Just what kind of supreme beings were hidden inside? No one could see through them, unable to guess. Right now, 6 great supreme beings personally appeared here, unknowingly forming an alliance. They were going to advance the path of immortality together, face the 3 individuals in front of them, their confidence great. Last time, not a single one of them appeared, not agreeing with the opportunity from hundreds of years ago. However, this time, they all stood out, proving that their judgment was extremely extraordinary. These 6 individuals were definitely terrifying to the extreme. Right now, just the surging aura alone made many great stars in the starry sky forever dim, turning them into ashes. They were breathing in and out innate spiritual essence, adjusting their bodies' conditions, wishing to fight their way in with their most powerful bodies. There were some who looked coldly into outer space, giving Yifan a look, but didn't take action. If he didn't come down, not compete with them, then he wasn't their opponent. After experiencing the great calamity last time, the number of supreme beings seemed to be a bit lacking, but every single one of them were terrifying figures, their strength still incomparably great. Hong. A great battle erupted. The 6 of them slaughtered Huashi, Nirvana celestial being, and prehistoric creatures together, making this place erupt with commotion. Without the immortal path symbols, everything would inevitably turn to ashes. Heaven collapsed and earth split. Ghosts wept and deities howled. The immortal path was extremely ruthless. Everything was empty. Right now, only strength was the most fundamental principle. The star system shattered. A rain of light filling the skies, immortal energy pure white, violently spreading. No matter how strong Huashi and the others were, they still couldn't stop these 3 individuals. However, shocking changes took place. The seal's formation patterns appeared, the aura surging like a sea. An ancient formation platform appeared. All of the auras released by everyone being devoured. Meanwhile, Huashi, Nirvana celestial being, and prehistoric creatures' blood energy surged frantically, extracted. The 3 of them were incredibly shaken. What is this? The White Tiger Taoist was shocked. It's the aura of an emperor. The Phoenix wing gilded hoe moved, scarlet multicolored light surging, sharp blades flickering with cold light. What, the emperor? He is still alive. This was shocking news. The ancient land rumbled with noise. A wave of boundless aura surged, resonating with heaven and earth. Large amounts of stellar seas were extinguished, all of the essence energy frantically surging, filling this place. Emperor! Suddenly, Nirvana celestial being cried out loudly, going crazy to the extreme. He seemed to have recovered from his slightly normal state, completely clear-headed. His head of gray hair danced about chaotically, continuously exploding the heavens. A wave of boundless blood energy took form. It was as if an unmatched ruler had revived. Everyone, hurry and take action, stop him from coming out. The White Tiger Taoist roared loudly. So what if he is an emperor? No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than all of us combined? Does he want to seize all of our hopes at the entrance of the immortal path? Kill him. The beast god roared. Chapter 1759. A powerful aura spread outwards. A void figure took form, incomparably dignified, overlooking all living things. He towered in front of the path of immortality, standing at the center of the ancient land, as if he was going to receive the kowtow of all living things and the worship of emperors. What kind of person was this? He was incomparably powerful as soon as he appeared. This was just a void figure. Yet he seemed to have absorbed a small half of the 9 heavens 10 earth's spiritual essence. At this moment, all things in the universe withered away. Everyone could feel the great Tao becoming higher and higher, essence energy drying up. All of the divine traces, natural laws, and foundational energy frantically surged towards the flying immortal star, about to forge a golden body there. How could this be? Didn't Emperor Zun die? Why did this type of thing happen? The 10,000 Dragon Emperor was shocked, but he had no choice but to believe what he was seeing. The most terrifying person in the world was the last celestial being from the legendary era. Later on, it was rumored that he abandoned all divine techniques, natural laws, and even cultivation, thus disappearing. When he reappeared in the world, he was an infant, nurtured by heaven and earth. As soon as he was born, he devoured the essence of all living things in the universe, becoming supreme and incomparable. As for what happened later on, the entire world knew about it. He was unmatched in the heavens above and earth below, walking the most glorious path. No one could stop him even half a step, the 9 heavens 10 earths all bowing down to him. Ever since then he became known as Emperor Zun, ending the reign of the celestial being supreme in the legendary era. He became the most respected person throughout all of history. The dead still want to stir up trouble. There is no true reincarnation in this world. Since you've already died, then don't stir up trouble again. Kill. The supreme being from Immortal Tomb roared, attacking forward. Correct, since you've already declined and died, then don't ever appear again. The beast god shouted, also attacking crazily. The ones here were all the most powerful ancient emperors of their era. They never respected the heavens, never respected the earth, only themselves supreme. Even though Emperor Zun's reputation had been great since the ancient times, they still couldn't truly be intimidated, choosing to take action ruthlessly. As for the Nirvana celestial being, he went even more crazy. His gray hair danced about, mouth roaring, all types of forbidden methods endless, slaughtering forward. This is a supreme pure land that was sealed during the chaotic ancient era. And it is indeed a land of immortal ascension. When Zun broke through Kunlun, he didn't kill me and instead sealed me here to be used for his own resurrection. Huashi muttered to himself. He was no longer ignorant and recalled the past. The people of my era all died. The master of the ancient desolate tower suppressed me and guarded the immortal path. After that, that person who was no weaker than the desolate heavenly emperor came and rearranged everything. The prehistoric creature muttered to himself. His mind was in great turmoil, feeling very unstable. When these words were spoken, everyone became stupefied. Just how ancient was that? There was someone who was as powerful as an Emperor Zun? That's right. How could the master of the ancient desolate tower not be strong? This was too shocking. The ancient desolate tower was an immortal equipment, and the prehistoric creature was sealed by its master. This revealed too many secrets. No one had expected to see such a miracle. Everything that happened today was too mysterious and shocking. The venerable sovereign had passed away and died at the end of the mythological era. How could he reappear after such a long and endless period of time? This didn't make sense. However, that indistinct void figure wasn't fake. Who else had this type of dignity, daring to look down on the emperors, waiting for them to submit? Hong. The 10,000 dragon bell danced in the air, sweeping over. Purple gold light was dazzling and astonishing, making this place erupt. The white tiger roared into the sky. The white-haired Taoist's eyes also released cold lightning. Everyone went on a killing spree and charged forward together. Back then, the venerable sovereign's battle accomplishments weren't just for show. The younger generation of emperors all heard of him, so they didn't dare to be careless. If the immortal path was taken away because of his resurrection, it would be too vexing. The world collapsed, and the sea of stars shattered. The nirvana celestial being was the most furious. After its consciousness recovered, it went berserk. However, there was an indescribable power in front of it. The formation platforms were incomparably terrifying, breaking down everyone's attacks and turning them into divine power that entered the void figure's body. You dare steal our essence energy and resurrect? You were originally a dead ghost, yet you want to reincarnate in someone else's body? Stop dreaming. An even more terrifying attack unfolded. The formation platforms in front of it finally collapsed, turning into smoke and dust. The void figure also became much fainter, but the essence energy gathered here didn't decrease. Suddenly Huashi roared. Blood flowed from between its brows, and its primordial spirit burned. Its body flew out like a rain of light, entering the ruins. No. The prehistoric creature cried out, feeling incomparably horrified. The expression on its face froze, and its entire body cracked apart, continuously bleeding. Essence energy leaked out, primordial spirit quickly splitting apart. Venerable sovereign, you really are ruthless. The nirvana celestial being sat down. Blood blossomed from his body, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared between his brows. His primordial spirit was exploding, and all of his life's imperial essence energy flowed into this chaotic land. They had a common characteristic, and that was that the immortal iron chains on their bodies burned and melted, becoming a type of unknown forbidden natural laws. It broke them down, sending them to the end of their lives. Everyone's fine hair stood on end. Even the ancient supreme beings were disappointed and frustrated. The venerable sovereign was too powerful. Even after sealing the three of them, even after endless time had passed, it was still difficult for them to escape death. When the venerable sovereign was at the peak of his power, he already laid down this type of contingency. If something unexpected happened to him one day, he wanted to use this place to resurrect. Kill. Everyone shouted loudly. They had to stop this type of situation from happening. They couldn't let the strange venerable sovereign reincarnate in someone else's body. The terrifying aspects he displayed made everyone feel uneasy. Kill. The 6 great supreme beings used imperial Tao natural laws, holding weapons to suppress and kill. There was naturally no one in this world who could stop them. Everything was destroyed. The chaotic land turned into ruins. Symbols were erased, disappearing without a trace. However, there was a type of imprint that continued to linger about. At the same time, the snake transformation, nirvana celestial being, and the prehistoric creature all exploded. There were restrictions within their bodies, so this type of fate had long been decided. It wasn't surprising at all. With a honglong sound, 3 waves of boundless essence energy merged together, rushing towards an immortal well in the chaotic land. They immediately merged together, forming a storm, and then they formed void images. Imperishable immortal formation. There are terrifying formation patterns arranged here, and they still haven't been destroyed. Does he really want to revive? Kill. 6 supreme beings of Daos moved at the same time, turning this galaxy into ashes. The flying immortal star also collapsed, and only this sealed land was left undestroyed. There are the Tao traces of that heavenly emperor from the chaotic ancient years, as well as the divine laws laid down by the venerable sovereign. The 2 powerful merged, forming a type of undying magical text. It truly is shocking. They did everything they could to take action. They didn't believe that the 6 supreme beings couldn't destroy everything here. That void image exploded again, but a moment later, it reappeared, reforming again, undying and imperishable. Refine him, someone suggested. When they thought about how the one being refined was the venerable sovereign, they all felt an indescribable emotion. The most terrifying person was actually being trampled on by them like this. The 6 immortal flames rushed together, turning into the most terrifying great furnace, surrounding that void image. It burned fiercely, and supreme laws weaved about, streak after streak. Something's wrong. He needs our Tao flames. Hurry and withdraw them. What a great venerable sovereign. He needs 5 or more Emperor Tao experts to help him ignite his divine flame, and create hope for revival. They were all extraordinary people, all knowing the heavens and the earth. As soon as they entered the situation, they quickly woke up, all of them quickly backing up. However, that flame couldn't be extinguished because the snake transformation, Nirvana celestial being, and the prehistoric creature all exploded. Their flesh and essence energy all filled in, and now it was ignited, replenishing the venerable sovereign's needs. He's achieved his objective. Impossible. With us here, he can forget about revival. The 6 of them took action again, suppressing and killing the void image in front of them. With a wonglong sound, the chaotic land surged with beams of light that covered the sky. Those were immortal Tao divine chains of order. At this moment, they interweaved together, turning into a great net, outlining unmatched natural laws, surrounding this divine flame. What powerful natural laws! Is this the natural laws of the heavenly emperor formation from the chaotic ancient era, and the later venerable sovereign imprints? Everyone attacked viciously. That void image still couldn't become clear in the net. However, at this time, the universe changed. There was a mysterious aura flowing everywhere. What is that? In various parts of the universe, a few powerful races trembled. They saw streak after streak of green light, tearing through the starry river, rushing into the distance. Heavens, those are weapon fragments. How can there be such powerful fluctuations? It's too terrifying. This is an immortal artifact. Multicolored light rushed into the heavens. The universe was greatly shaken. Green light covered the sky in many places, illuminating eternity. That type of aura made everyone tremble, their bodies shaking. It was too powerful. It's the fragment of the immortal ascension cauldron. It really is it. All of the fragments are actually gathering towards the flying immortal star. Finally, someone recognized what the green multicolored light was. It was the green cauldron of the past. This time, it was going to recombine and become one. On the flying immortal star, the 6 supreme beings naturally sensed it. They were all shocked as well. Simple and ancient fragments flew over one after another. Right now, they were all burning, immortal light dazzling, leaving them greatly alarmed. Chong chong. The green fragments merged together, once again forming a cauldron. It was simple and mysterious, 3 feet and 2 handles, dark green as if it was covered in rust. It gradually took form. In outer space, Yifan was shocked. He could sense that the portion of the cauldron he controlled back then was also inside. Now it truly merged into one. In the chaotic land, the venerable sovereign divine flame was undying. It merged with the interweaving net of natural laws, and then entered the cauldron together. It carried out refinement and refinement, becoming an immortal cauldron again. The venerable sovereign couldn't revive, but his cauldron reappeared, obtaining new life. Woo-woo. In the cosmos, strand after strand of mysterious natural laws flew over. They were similar to deities, and they also entered the cauldron. The natural laws and deities within the cauldron reappeared. Good. This cauldron's reappearance couldn't be better. It can be used to break through the immortal path's barrier and help us become immortals. Venerable Sovereign, rest in peace. We will step into the immortal world in your place. The beast god said ruthlessly. Within Kung Chang sounds, the immortal ascension cauldron reappeared, truly becoming one. All of the cracks closed, completely refined by the divine flame. Suddenly, the green cauldron trembled. The mouth of the cauldron aimed towards a certain direction in the cosmos, frantically devouring. Not only did the cosmos' spiritual essence surge over, there was also a mysterious reaction. Within the primal chaos immortal earth that Yifan established, the divine child suddenly cried out miserably. The immortal source that sealed him exploded. Everyone was given a fright, and then they looked at him in shock. Silly child, what happened to you? Li Tian shouted. Even though they often tidied him up, everyone was actually quite concerned about the little fatty. They had long developed deep feelings for him. I'm in pain. I can't help but want to fly away, leave this place. The divine child cried out in alarm. Hold him down. Everyone walked up together, wanting to hold him down. However, there was a mysterious type of great power that appeared, blasting everyone flying and pulling him away from this place. Everyone was anxious. regardless of whether it was the Black Emperor or Hua Hua. Even though they often ridiculed the little fatty, they had long regarded him as a family member. How could they allow anything to happen to him? Sister Nan Nan, save me. At the crucial moment, the divine child called out to the little girl. The little girl had long since run forward, always trying to catch the divine child, but she was still a step too late. She could only watch helplessly as he flew away. Ooh. I don't want to die, save me. These were the last words the little fatty cried out. Divine child, don't despair. In the future, me and Big Brother will definitely save you. The little girl shouted with tears in her eyes. In the damaged flying immortal stars sealed land, light flashed. The divine child appeared and entered the cauldron's mouth. Chapter 1760. Save me. Divine child cried out loudly, his face full of fear as he struggled within the green copper cauldron. In outer space, Yifan's large hand reached down wishing to grab him. Unfortunately, everything happened too suddenly. He was already a step too late, and the supreme beings below also took action. The 10,000 dragon bell soared into the sky. A large purple dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, biting towards his wrist. Another phoenix-winged golden centipede flickered with scarlet multicolored light, also hacking over, domineering under the sky. Within the Kung Chang sounds, Yifan's large hand was stopped. However, in that instant, everything already became fixed, unable to be stopped anymore. The green copper cauldron erupted with radiance. The little fatty disappeared, entering the cauldron's walls. Divine child. Yifan cried out loudly, leaving behind a sigh. The little fatty and the cauldron merged into one, producing a miraculous transformation. With a wong sound, the green copper cauldron trembled. The immortal radiance that descended was like a silver river, brilliant and dazzling. A figure sat within the cauldron, his appearance dignified. When his eyes opened and closed, radiance shot out in all directions. That was the divine will contained within the immortal ascension cauldron. Now its soul was complete. Yifan was silent, not saying anything for a long time. In reality, he had long sensed this, just that he never received confirmation. Divine child was formed from the divine will within the green copper cauldron. It's really amazing. He actually broke free and became an independent life form. I transformed into a weapon. Yet he wanted to become a true person. The phoenix-winged golden centipede was disappointed and frustrated, carrying a type of bitterness and helplessness. Divine child was the divine will of the immortal ascension cauldron. Back then, after the cauldron shattered, he used unmatched immortal methods to break free, striving to evolve into a true life form. However, he paid a disastrous price, his past cultivation and abilities almost completely lost, even losing his memories. Now that the immortal ascension cauldron was reforged, he was summoned back. Everything that was lost condensed once again. The divine child naturally recovered as well, refined into the cauldron's core divine laws. Hee ha ha ha. It really is the will of the heavens. The immortal ascension cauldron was reforged today, reappearing in this world. Isn't this to help us fight our way into immortal domain? The beast god laughed loudly, but his gaze was extremely cold. That's right. Back then, Dizun was precisely the one who established the universe, using unmatched magical power to break through the immortal path's barrier, wishing to use this to become an immortal. However, it was a pity that he failed at the last moment. Now we are here to help him realize his dream. White Tiger Taoist also laughed, but it was still a bit sinister. No matter what, Dizun was dead after all. Even if he had left behind a contingency plan, he could not really be resurrected. However, his cauldron of ascension immortality had been reborn and had reappeared in the mortal world, which was great news for the 6 great supreme beings. Kill! They roared loudly, rushing towards the immortal path together, activating their divine force together. They activated the green copper cauldron, pushing it to the very front, wishing to open up a path of immortality. A great collapse immediately took place in this place. The starry rivers of the cosmos broke apart. They were frantically devouring essence energy. The great star systems grew dim and almost dried up. Boom! On that golden path, another stele appeared. There were some imperial characters carved on it. Only ancient emperors and ancient emperors could read them. Others couldn't understand them. These could also be said to be the laws of the immortal Tao. Without reaching the corresponding realm, one would never be able to understand them. 2 or 3 people achieving immortality in a single life. This sentence was extremely short, but it was as if a boulder smashed into every single Supreme Being's heart. All of them immediately felt restraining fear, taking precautions against each other. Even though they were advancing, the atmosphere immediately changed. Regardless, we have to advance first and fight our way in. We'll talk after we reach the end. Correct, these inscriptions don't have much meaning. Imperial Tao laws erupted. This place erupted. After experiencing the great calamity last time, they were especially careful. They operated the cauldron of ascension with all of their strength as they charged forward. Soon after, a grand immortal pass appeared. There was an indistinct figure standing guard there, unexpectedly possessing the strength of a great emperor. There was someone overlooking them, looking down on the endless heavens. So powerful. Is this the true immortal pass this time? A great battle took place here. It was just like last time, incomparably bitter, making even the ancient emperors and great emperors risk it all, fiercely attacking forward. The cosmos was in chaos. The great stars were rapidly changing, essence energy quickly decreasing, all of it surging towards flying immortal star. It was devoured by the Supreme Beings, providing them with the path of immortality. Everyone was anxious and fearful, feeling like a tremendous disaster was about to descend. Prosperity, the lower-level cultivators suffered. Decline, the lower-level cultivators suffered. Regardless of what kind of unforeseen event it was, for lower-level cultivators, it was a type of disaster. The goals and visions of the higher levels, for those at the lower levels, were always great upheavals. Yi Fan watched as they fought their way into the path of immortality, not following them. Immortality was what he desired. However, there was an extremely cruel reality. Those individuals carried great hostility towards him, because he was a supreme being of the present world, full of blood energy. He was feared by these individuals. Apart from this, Yi Fan still didn't complete his mission. There was a knot in his heart, and that was because he had to get revenge for his good brother GZ, the white-clothed divine king whose kindness was as great as a mountain, as well as Gai Juyo. He had been watching Big Dipper Undying Mountain this entire time. Stone Emperor didn't appear, not coming out even now, most likely because he had some misgivings. Or was it to say that Stone Emperor was waiting for an opportunity, wishing to enter only after the path of immortality was about done? However, if he did this, he might suffer the joint suppression of those 6 supreme beings. After all, they grasped the immortal ascension cauldron, and they paid quite the price. They definitely wouldn't allow this type of person to take advantage of others. It's time. Yi Fan stood up, making his way through the shattered starry river. A great path of immortal light stretched across the cosmos, connecting to Big Dipper. He quickly arrived by following this path. He passed by many star systems along the way. Many powerful clans sensed him, and they were all overwhelmed with shock. Immortality was imminent. Yet the human race's holy body Yi Fan didn't face it, and instead headed for Big Dipper. What was he trying to do? Divine light shone in tens of thousands. Everyone knew his objective. The great path of divine light reached the eastern wastelands, and he descended into Undying Mountain. He is going to attack the restricted region at this time. Is he going to demand an explanation for his old friend? Every single mountain in Undying Mountain was terrifyingly black. Some were like sword blades that towered into the clouds, others like barbaric oxen lying on the ground. Mists curled about them, and the atmosphere was majestic. One could see a stone person that was missing an arm picking medicine, and one could also see a stone crow that was missing a claw flying. These were all holy spirits, and they looked extremely strange. You finally came. An overcast roar sounded from the depths of the mountain. I've come. Yi Fan shouted. The meaning behind this shout was different. He stared at the great black peak at the very front. His head of black hair moved about even though there was no wind, and his eyes were brilliant and intimidating. He walked forward step by step. This restricted region had previously been soaked in blood. The Void Emperor had killed 1 or 2 ancient emperors from Undying Mountain, shocking the world. In that era, The Void Emperor's situation was extremely difficult. He had previously come with the resolution of certain death, because there were several ancient sovereigns lingering here. They weren't something a human could contend against. It was precisely during that era that the Void Emperor established the supreme dignity of the human race. It was inviolable. Even if it was just one person, it was enough to intimidate the heavens. He spent his entire life fighting. Now it was different. In Yi Fan's era, the supreme beings were already old, and the ancient emperors in the mountain had long withered to the lowest number. When he entered, his mood was completely different. The void has also come before, but he still couldn't flatten Undying Mountain. In the end, his flesh was torn apart, and his entire body was covered in injuries. You came as well. Do you also want to die? A loud shout sounded from within the mountain. The great emperors of the previous generations fought under the heavens, wiping out most of the spirit in the restricted region. How many of the supreme beings are left who can fight? In this era, I have to thank them, allowing me to enter Undying Mountain, as if I was walking on flat ground. Yi Fan was incomparably confident. The people in the mountain were silent, but they were inwardly furious. Yi Fan was looking down on them, believing that Undying Mountain wasn't as great as it was in the past. Did he even think that he could come here for a stroll? The void fought a bloody life, and Great Emperor Wuxia came here to walk his dog. Today, I will completely flatten you all. Yi Fan roared loudly, speaking out his life's wish. You dare. A loud shout sounded from within the mountain. All of the enormous black peaks began to rumble and rumble, as if the gods of thunder were raging. Why wouldn't I dare? Stone Emperor, get your ass out here. The all-life source energy cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head. His feet stepped on the great golden path, arriving in the depths of Undying Mountain. There was an expanse of towering mountains here, surrounding this place. No one knew what was inside, and it became this world's greatest secret. And today Yi Fan came. He was going to forcefully advance, unveil Undying Mountain's final mysterious veil. Mist pervaded the surroundings of this tallest black mountain. Back then, a headless horseman already startled Yi Fan and the others into quickly escaping with the help of the Great Emperor's formation patterns. Time passed quickly, and now, he relied on himself to come here. He was going to carry out the ultimate battle, making everyone deeply moved. It was a pity that the people of the past had already passed, unable to return. Hong. Yi Fan's foot crushed a mountain, smashing it into pieces. Rubble flew in all directions, shaking the entire eastern wastelands. Not long ago, there was someone who dared to be so simple and crude, directly flattening Undying Mountain, killing the supreme beings and rulers within. The events here quickly shook up the cosmos. Even the flying immortal star's great event couldn't conceal the storm here. Was the restricted region going to be wiped out again? Yi Fan's divine might shook the world. You can't forget. Is it because you want to get revenge for Ji family's people and Jiang family's people? Their blood wasn't bad, but unfortunately, you couldn't drink it, dying in battle just like that. Up ahead, a tall demonic figure towered, facing the mountain entrance. This was the innermost depths of Undying Mountain, one that exceeded everyone's imaginations. It wasn't some terrifying demonic earth, but rather a paradise, pure and natural. There was a peach garden, fallen petals everywhere. There were a few thatched cottages, returning to their natural state. An old tortoise was crawling about, slowly moving towards the back of the thatched cottage. It was actually the 10,000-year-old divine medicine, Black Tortoise. A messy old man leaned against the wall. He was extremely old, but at this moment his hands were sharp, grabbing the Black Tortoise medicine to prevent it from slipping away. Then he put it into his bosom. There were two more supreme beings in Undying Mountain. One was Stone Emperor, tall and heroic, towering in front like a demonic god. In his hands was a black heavenart halberd, killing intent surging. The other was precisely that elder, his old eyes blurry. He slowly stood up and said, "You all fight, I'm leaving. I don't have much time left. I don't want to step into this storm again. Only wishing to leave some of my descendants a path of survival." He actually wanted to withdraw. Meanwhile, Stone Emperor was expressionless, not expressing anything. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, his immortal eyes releasing strand after strand of radiance, seeing through what was going on. The elder was in the process of transforming into the Tao, his primordial spirit extinguishing. Even if he was given divine medicine, even if he was devoured by the creatures of the entire cosmos, it would still be difficult to reverse this. This person had lived for too long. There was already nothing in this world that could stop his decline and death. Perhaps, it could be said that this was a dead person, at most having a few years or even a few days of life left. He would inevitably transform into the Tao, turning into dust, nothing left behind. Yi Fan didn't stop him. There was no meaning in fighting someone who was about to die, and the other party didn't have any supreme being fighting strength, so he could be given a chance to choose a tomb. However, Stone Emperor definitely couldn't be let go. Chapter 1761. Sigh, I've said it before, don't be too murderous. In the end, there will be retribution. Did you see what happened? The elder shook his head, carrying a type of helplessness and sigh as he walked towards the peach blossom forest. There were more than 10 people there, all of them extremely young. Some were sealed in the source, some standing there woodenly, staring at Yi Fan and Stone Emperor. Let's go. From now on, there is no more undying mountain in this world. The greater situation cannot be stopped. This old man is about to die, seeing a corner of the future. In the future, you all can live peacefully. This isn't a bad life either. With a swing of his large sleeve, everyone was collected inside, and then he left without even turning his head back. Then he collected a small mountain outside. Immortal tears flickered with green golden radiance. From then on, he never appeared in this world again. This was the choice of a supreme being, yet in the end it was actually like this. It was outside of Yi Fan's expectations. In the end he actually got over it, not even taking a look at the path of immortality. Stone Emperor didn't say anything. When one reached this cultivation realm, there was nothing they didn't understand. Nothing they didn't understand. He naturally understood that type of state of mind, but everyone was different. Undying Mountain and the Void Bloodline are mortal enemies, and they won't rest until one of them is dead. You are the son-in-law of the Void Emperor's bloodline, as well as a divine body. Only death can await you. Stone Emperor finally spoke, his voice cold and arrogant. Ahaha. Yi Fan laughed loudly, pointing a finger at him. Do you still think that the darkness was chaotic back then? Since I came, it was precisely to remove your head. Several hundred years ago, the void returned, the eternal universe reappeared, still an expanse of blood. Today, I don't want to tangle with you any longer. 10 moves is the limit. If I can't kill you, then I will end my own life. Stone Emperor said coldly. How egotistical. Not even the unfettered celestial being dares to treat me like this. Even an old stone like you is worthy. Yi Fan knew that he was extremely strong. Even if he wasn't the most powerful creature since the ancient times, he wasn't too far off. However, his face still fell. He had this type of confidence, and he also had this type of ability. After several hundred years passed, he advanced even further, reaching great heights. He could be said to be unmatched under the heavens. In the past, when he and his companions entered the life-restricted region, they would tremble with fear, acting carefully, not daring to act carelessly. Now everything was different. They could fight against this type of person. Ha! Brat, you were lucky enough to keep your life that year. Return it today and end your life once and for all. The Stone Emperor laughed loudly, insufferably arrogant. His hair danced about chaotically, and his eyes were so cold that they could freeze the universe. He brandished the great halberd in his hand and hacked forward. Yi Fan soared into the sky and entered the universe. He did not want to destroy the Big Dipper star region. He had too many feelings for this place. The Stone Emperor also charged toward Ling Tian. The direction of the halberd in his hand didn't change, and he continued to slash toward Yi Fan. Black light streaked across the sky, illuminating the galaxy. Forbidden Zone battle. The people of Big Dipper trembled. The small cultivators at the lowest level couldn't escape their homes. When they saw this scene, there wasn't a single one of them who didn't feel their bodies go cold. I believe that Senior Yi can defeat him. Everyone prayed. The major powers had long since retreated, leaving behind only the sects with no foundation. They had no way to enter the star field. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan and the Stone Emperor passed through countless galaxies, and entered the desolate border of the universe. They stopped one after another. Wang. The great halberd hacked down, releasing a buzzing sound. Dragon patterns appeared, and a black dragon soared up, pouncing murderously at Yi Fan. That ancient halberd had a spirit, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This was the most powerful imperial attack. Dang! A myriad source energy cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head. Source energy flowed out from the opening of the cauldron, crushing the universe in all directions to resist the great halberd. Meanwhile, he himself released a long roar and also attacked. He immediately used the Heavenly Emperor Fist, smashing toward the space between the Stone Emperor's brows. Victory and defeat were decided in 10 moves. When it came to life and death, there were no empty moves to speak of. In a bloody battle, all of them had to be trump cards. Hong. The Stone Emperor had been domineering his entire life. He had seen Vicious, Void Wuxia and others. He had experienced too many years, and he had never been willing to accept his age. When he clashed with Yi Fan, he also clenched his fists and struck back. This was a great confrontation that could collapse the heavens and split the earth. This collision alone destroyed a large expanse of the Sea of Stars and the border of primal chaos, turning this place into a source of destruction. Under Kung Chang sounds, Emperor Dao laws erupted. Millions and millions of strands of immortal light erupted, auspicious brilliance shining in tens of millions of streaks. The two individuals were greatly shaken up, flying out in retreat one after another. The Stone Emperor actually advanced, rising to the extreme while fighting against Yi Fan. This strike was incomparably terrifying. It continuously shook, truly wishing to smash Yi Fan into a bloody paste. One could see just how much restraining fear he felt towards Yi Fan. Otherwise, how could he have advanced so quickly? This was the same as stepping onto a dead end. After fighting against Yi Fan, regardless of whether he won or lost, he wouldn't be able to live. Perhaps only by entering the path of immortality and immediately becoming an immortal would he be able to survive. Pooh! When Yi Fan backed up, blood splashed out from his body. The Stone Emperor also staggered backwards, suffering a heavy blow. Blood continuously flowed out from the corners of his lips. So it turns out to be like this. Back then, you suffered serious injuries, your blood energy withering away. Your injuries are difficult to recover from, so you can only decide life and death within 10 moves. Yi Fan sneered. No wonder the other party spoke such arrogant words. This was actually a type of helplessness. The Stone Emperor had great Dao injuries that still hadn't fully recovered. Back then, he fought bloody battles under the heavens, devouring all life forms. Later on, the Wasteland Lord came, unmatched under the heavens, killing an ancient emperor that had advanced, forcing him to decisively return to Undying Mountain, unable to replenish his life force. Emperor seals the world! The Stone Emperor shouted loudly. In that instant, the surging divine force froze. All of the chaotic energy in this cosmos became still, imprisoned for eternity. This was one of his unmatched forbidden secret techniques. It evolved from petrification, able to seal for eternity, freeze the body of a great emperor, and then carry out a slaughter. Sure enough, Yi Fan couldn't budge an inch. His entire body seemed to have sunk into a swamp, encountering great trouble. The primordial spirit is immortal. My heart is eternal. He muttered softly, shaking his own natural laws with difficulty. Right now, it was difficult to comprehend the supreme physical body, but the space between his brows shone. His primordial spirit merged with the Tao, struggling free. Ah! Yi Fan roared loudly. His primordial spirit flickered, igniting the starry sky. The golden little figure was only the size of a fist, but it was incomparably dignified. One hand held the cauldron, the other hand displaying the power of time. In an instant, it rushed over, rushing murderously at the Stone Emperor. At the same time, because his primordial spirit struggled free, his physical body also erupted, shattering the void. Blood energy covered the cosmos, immediately leaping out, slaughtering the Stone Emperor. This was a great confrontation of secret techniques. Yi Fan merged the forward character secret, moving character secret, eternity imprint, and others, creating a type of great time method. With the primordial spirit as the main attack and the physical body as a shield, it was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Hong. An intense collision rang out. King-chong sounds rang through this place. Regardless of whether it was the all-life energy cauldron or the black gold halberd, they were both greatly shaken. Sparks flew everywhere. And at the same time, blood splashed out from the bodies of the two supreme experts. Kill! Yi Fan's primordial spirit and physical body rushed towards the Stone Emperor at almost the same time. At that moment, they reached their limits and became one, once again becoming a single entity. A strange evolution and transformation took place. It was as if a great bell of time was ringing in a drawn-out manner. His entire body suppressed downwards. The Stone Emperor flew out horizontally, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. In the end, he was no longer in his prime. In this second great confrontation, he suffered a great loss. The most important thing was that the injuries within his body were stirred up again. His old injuries relapsed, and strands of imperial blood splashed into the starry sky. It was a ghastly sight. He was unconvinced, and even more unconvinced. In the past, Yi Fan was no different from an ant in his eyes. He wasn't worthy of being his opponent even with the help of the corpse of a divine physique. He was slaughtered until his blood dyed the starry sky. However, in less than 1,000 years, the other party actually suppressed him so powerfully. What kind of experience was this? How could he endure this? Use my imperial blood as a living sacrifice, he roared loudly. With a wung sound, this part of the universe was ignited. Time and space were all within the range of his forbidden secret technique. Blood dripped from the Stone Emperor's body, dyeing the universe red. Then it rumbled and ignited, releasing Dao cries. In a split second, Yi Fan was submerged. He couldn't evade this at all. Pooh! Yi Fan suffered a heavy blow. He exploded in the sky. This was one of the Stone Emperor's most terrifying methods. It was known as a living sacrifice, and it was created precisely for the sake of dealing with the descending immortals one day. He used his own blood and life as a primer, using this as a sacrifice to destroy his enemy. Yi Fan recovered. His body reformed, and his expression became serious. This was only the third move. Yet he already suffered a great loss. Of course, even though the limit was 10 moves, it couldn't be discussed so simply. It was because every single move was greater than hundreds to over 1,000 moves, and they were all trump cards that could immediately decide life and death. The Stone Emperor's blood energy was limited, so he was destined to use this type of method to deal with his enemy. He wouldn't be able to persist for too long, and he still had to save a portion of his energy to challenge the path of immortality. Blood continued to flow. The Stone Emperor's forbidden secret technique was still being used. The Stone Emperor would rather harm himself to destroy Yi Fan. Yi Fan displayed his celestial emperor fist, causing heaven and earth to collapse. He swept out the natural laws in the void, creating a pure land for himself, so that he wouldn't be affected. At the same time, he brandished his celestial emperor fist. Rumbling sounds rang out, and all of the suns, moons, and stars in the cosmos resonated with it. They erupted with precious splendor, surging from various regions. He continuously attacked, destroying the remaining divine chains of order. Stone Emperor, no matter what methods you have, you are definitely going to die today. Yi Fan roared. When he thought of his old friends, it was as if he returned to the dark age of chaos. That kind of despair and grief lingered in his heart. He was no longer powerless. He stood at the peak of the most powerful, and he could get revenge for them. Yi Fan took the initiative to attack. The Stone Emperor was locked in place for eternity. His left hand formed the eternity imprint, and his right hand formed the space imprint. The space between his brows circulated the forward imprint, and the travel imprint was like a rainbow beneath his feet. He turned into a sphere of fiery light, burning fiercely as he slaughtered his way over. Pooh! This time Yi Fan achieved a great victory. He blasted the Stone Emperor apart. So many powerful secret techniques were used at the same time, and they were fast, accurate, and ruthless. Even someone as powerful as the Stone Emperor couldn't hold on, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. I will use my divine blood to forge immortality. The Stone Emperor shouted loudly. He wasn't in a hurry to recover his body, and only protected his primordial spirit. Then he released this kind of demonic sound, shaking the endless heavens. There was a type of strange power that was boundless. A figure that was like a demonic god walked over from the distance. The aura of time flowed about him, and it was incomparably terrifying and powerful. My next life, display all of your profound mysteries and kill him. The Stone Emperor roared loudly. That person immediately became extremely terrifying. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. He didn't believe in an afterlife and only believed in this life. How could the other party display this kind of technique? No, it's his self-Tao. He can actually use it like this and display this kind of power. Yi Fan was greatly moved. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Stone Emperor was a heaven-warping genius. He solved a difficult problem for Yi Fan, making Yi Fan's heart suddenly become clear. During these years he had always been researching the past self and the Tao self, but it was difficult for him to convert them into actual combat strength. The Stone Emperor opened up a new gate for him. Even though he was excited, right now he was also facing extreme danger. Yi Fan always felt as if he was restricted, as if he was sealed. Sure enough, he encountered a great disaster this time, directly being killed twice. Blood scattered outwards, dyeing this entire cosmos a scarlet red. However, he finally struggled free. He attacked with full force, blasting that self-Tao god and devil apart, turning it into ashes. The Stone Emperor trembled intensely. He had already reassembled. His face was pale, and he suffered another serious injury. He knew that things didn't bode well for him today. He continuously used forbidden techniques, yet they all failed. It seems like there's no need for 10 moves. In a battle of life and death, the final move. He shouted without any joy or worry.